this is why this matters. Because under stress and in a dynamic environment where conditions are shifting, if you have not tuned, if you have not conditioned yourself, or if you have been tuned and conditioned subconsciously and unconsciously by forces acting upon you when you were not aware of them, you are going to resonate with the frequencies that come most naturally to the condition you've been left in the most.
The Most High can use anything and everything that he wants to at his disposal. And while he is absolutely preparing Joshua to not resonate with fear, I love how he turns it around.
With that being said, I'm going to say a line that I've never gotten to say before, nor did I think I would ever get to say it, least of all on this podcast.
Right.
Let's go to the whorehouse.
There may be somebody listening and you may be used to the only value that you bring is your body. You are so used to only being valuable or paid attention to when you offer one thing.
Yeah.
Maybe allow the Lord to reframe your narrative to understand and know that, no, you can operate from a different resonance.
Yes.
You can be tuned to a different frequency and allow yourself to be used by God to provide shelter.
What we're saying here is Rahab wound up serving a literally, militaristically invaluable role. She brought some of the most valuable intelligence to the table. You've told your family, your friends, your loved ones, God made me a promise. God told me he's going to give me dominion over this flesh. I'm walking what he sent me to this planet to do. And ever since then, you've been walking in circles. And when people want to know why, it's very simple. I'm circling my flesh. I'm not done. If the enemy is working this hard to intimidate you, why?
This hard and this long.
And investing this much time.
Yeah.
You have been battling fear for so long. Has it ever occurred to you that the enemy is terrified that you might wake up one morning and realize God's got me?
What if I told you you were meant for something more? And what if at first sight your birthright was inked in blood? And what if dominion was written in big bold letters? And what if we shouldn't just occupy but overcome? And what if the observation of opposition was us? Antikemi, the podcast.
If you have ever taken any type of time to go through the pages of Scripture, it can be overwhelming. Especially as a serious student of the Word of God, right? We've even had some people recently try to express like, hey, I have a hunger. I want to learn how to read my Bible in a way where I'm not so scattered all over the place and I cannot focus. And so by the grace of God, we hope to kind of do one of the favorite things that I get a chance to do, and that's walk through the Bible in a very systematic way, do kind of a deep dive on some things, on some areas that we've, been geeking out about.
Yeah.
If you tuned in last week and caught the last episode, we dove headfirst into vibration and sound and frequency, but there was some things that we really wanted to add on to that conversation, but time did not permit it. So we're going to dive into that kind of tonight, but ultimately this is the question I want to leave us all with. We can gather knowledge.
Right.
We can be hungry for more, but what do we do with that?
There it is.
How do we use it in a way that we can live Antikemi to everything that we're experiencing? And so if I could just say, if we're going to go down that path and we're asking the questions, what happens when the sound of music turns violent?
Yeah.
What happens when the violence of silence is built on vibrations? What do you do when sound is used as a weapon? And I believe the Word of God has something to say about it. And if God is the author of these things, let's see how he has used it for his benefit, because we can both agree the enemy is absolutely using these things against God's people and leveraging our ignorance against us.
And even people who might not think they may not think they're sold on that concept yet. You know, I don't know if those people would find their way to our podcast or not, but they might. They might be trying to figure out, you know, is all this energy frequency stuff, is this just new age mumbo jumbo? Number one, no,
Right.
because it's physics.
Yeah.
But yeah, I get where the metaphysical application of it can feel, you know, I mean, we have to look for that line,
Yes.
you know. But even if that's kind of where you're at, where you're still trying to figure out, like, how much do I think there is to this, except you just don't know that you know. But there's a reason that you were taught, if you're a believer, you know, to be careful what you listen to be careful what you play on your sound system in your car, to be careful what you put in front of your eyes, you know, on your screen, like, you just don't know that you know. But the whole reason you were told that is because the frequencies that play on your senses actually have a profound impact on your being and
how you go about your day to day, how you live your life.
Yes.
And how you can be either successful or find yourself in that trauma loop.
Yep.
Over and over and over again. So we're gonna have some fun with this. We doing a Bible study. So if you're watching it right now, grab your Bible,
Yeah.
grab a highlighter, get something to write with. Feel free to stop and start as you need to.
Yeah.
Don't rush through this. I think this is something that's going to definitely add value. So with that being
And
said,
jump in the comments with your observations, you know, it helps us out tremendously. Y'all have been getting in the comments,
Right.
But it also is bearing fruit. We're you know, incorporating stuff into these discussions that has come out of that comment section. But it does help tremendously with the algorithm. I wanted to say something tonight when we're saying the normal like, subscribe. If you happen to be watching us on YouTube and you use your mobile device, get in there and figure out how to use the hype feature. It's really helping, and it will help.
yeah, all you do is just swipe right at the comments,
at the top of the comments.
top of the comments, and you'll see the ability to hit hype.
Yeah.
That makes a tremendous difference for
Huge
these
difference.
videos.
And you get like 3 of those a week that you can use, and they make a profound difference, especially for upstart creators like we still are. But then, you know, there's also spiritual principles. You're coming into agreement. That's why we've learned to be a little more choosy with how we do use those kind of features. And
Yes, sir.
But if you feel aligned with what God has given us to do, what I wanted to say at this juncture is, y'all, this is a podcast, and we are absolutely having a blast. But we are grown men. We are fathers. We are in our 40s. We're husbands. We're pastors. We have a lot pulling on us in a lot of directions. We are now hitting a juncture where we've been doing this now for enough episodes that we're like, oh, I think we're really doing this. Like all gas, no brake. And that is not because this is fun. That is because we believe God has called us to be a voice that helps coordinate the chaos of the noise into clarity for the Lord's people, and set before them a concept drawn directly from Galatians 5 and other New Testament verses that use this Greek word antikemi to basically make the case everything about this world, including all systems, businesses, governments, religious institutions, ours included,
Yes, sir.
all exist within this false reality overlay, this illusion, this matrix that is the womb of Mystery Babylon. And the question is, when you have to function in that reality or that overlay, how do you move yourself in accordance with the principles of an entirely opposite, which is what that word Antikemi means, to lie opposite, an entirely opposite kingdom, an entirely opposite realm? How do you represent the kingdom of heaven faithfully while having to move through this realm? And part of that is by learning how to distill the noise. My sheep hear my voice, and the voice of another they will not follow. Distill the noise down into the clarity. You're not going to solve every mystery, but you can move forward with clarity, and you can know when you're passing the point of diminishing returns in a rabbit hole, that, you know what? I think I got what I need out of this to understand how I'm supposed to position myself accordingly as an ambassador of another kingdom. And now it's time to move on. Like, we don't want to get lost down here and drown in it. And don't make a rabbit hole your whole identity, because you're not going to get to the bottom of it. Make the kingdom of heaven your whole identity. So
I think that's what sets us apart.
Yeah.
Because we're not trying to feed whatever incessant hunger that's inside all of us to just go down another long rabbit hole, because that's going to create engagement.
Right. We have to use engagement. We have to use the algorithm. It's a great example. The way we're having to run this podcast is a great example of what we're talking about, because we do have to move through this realm. If we don't use the algorithm at all, if we don't look for engagement on any level,
we're foolish.
Yeah, Jesus did. Like, we're not going to accomplish anything. We're just going to be talking to each other in a room, which we were already doing. So, we have to use it. But how do we use it in a sanctified way, in a way that aligns with the kingdom of heaven and therefore produces that fruit rather than the fruit of adding further noise? So when we ask you, please like, please comment, please subscribe, please share. If you're listening on one of the, we think in terms of YouTube because we use that a lot. But if you're on one of
Apple
the other,
or Spotify,
please give us a rating, make a comment, like, do the thing. When we ask you that, I mean, so far this has cost us a lot of money. In terms of, whatever little ads come in or whatever. That's not what the heart of this is about. What we're asking for is, please help us get the word out to who it's supposed to get to, because we're trying to reach the ones that we were called to reach. And I do just want to throw in there, I don't have permission yet to shout out the name, but OG podcast. What do we call them? Antikemites? An OG.
Well, Antikemi Nation.
Faithful Antikemi Nation member who I think we'll get to shout them out. They are involved with a great channel themselves. Just out of the blue, sent a rather remarkable donation for our church that we pastor together, and the building fund that we're in the middle of. That was like just
mind blowing.
Yeah. So, I mean, God is using it in ways we never foresaw. But yeah, the heart behind this is to reach the ones we were called to reach with some clarity amidst the noise. And so I've been talking for a minute, bro. I'm going to drop back, but I do want to just kind of throw out there as a nugget for those that are seeking to find that pocket, that sweet space in their diving into the Word of God. Tonight you can use us as your partners, but man, it's so nice if you can find one other person who's got that hunger too, and sync up with them, because this is something we do on the regular. What we're about to do with the cameras on is something we're in the habit of doing impromptu in all kinds of environments, where it's just like we kind of know what we're mining for, and we're not going to make the text say it, but we're going to go looking to see if we can find this treasure in the field.
It's like, hey, yo, we did it right before the cameras went live.
Yes, we did.
We literally just did it.
Yep.
Without even trying to.
So we haven't front loaded this by like being like, hey, let's talk about this, let's talk about that. Like, we tagged in on a couple big ideas, but we're going to the Word to see what the Word will feed us, what He will feed us.
I love
through
it.
the Word.
I love it. That was so well said. And if you made it this far, you are tuned in to Antikemi, the podcast. My name is Jonathan.
I'm Shules.
And we will be your guide for the foreseeable future as we kind of dive into the Word of God.
You can see we're serious tonight. We both got our Bibles on our laps. I brought my KJV.
He brought the leather-bound, the King's English Bible. Yeah. So you know it was serious tonight. My brother, where do we want to jump off from?
Let me throw this out there. If you didn't catch last week's episode, you're going to be fine.
Yeah, it's okay.
You can go back and catch it on the flip if you are wanting to kind of hear a little bit more of kind of the foundational stuff we were talking about along some of these lines. But just in the order of mop up, before we kind of just take the verses and start reading out of them, I just have had a couple things bouncing around in my head that I thought it might be beneficial, just as a kind of a tying some threads together from last week for those that were with us. But also, for those that weren't with us, this may provide a little more of like context for what we're talking about. But last week we didn't get to a lot of the like little fun nuggets and tidbits because we just were so deep in it with the big concept. But in the area of frequency and vibration and resonance and all of that, which frequency is very simply how many times a wave pattern repeats inside of a second. That's the frequency it's at.
That's it. Yep.
That's how frequently that wave pattern moves inside of 1 second. But then resonance is important because resonance has to do with how one vibrating body interacts with another vibrating body.
How you respond.
Yeah. When one carrier of a frequency begins to be moved by that frequency, how is that picked up and amplified by other connected bodies? And we use the example of experiments where they've had clocks and metronomes connected on a beam and that kind of thing. But a kind of funny to me example of how profound this effect can be, because I think a lot of people don't realize how deeply frequency impacts you on a daily basis just in terms of your brain function, your cognitive function. I don't know if people realize that when you're feeling one kind of way mentally, that's because of the station your brain is
sitting in.
Either broadcasting or receiving. You can look at it either way, both and. But that is the frequency range that your brain is tuned to. So, the chaotic and stressful states, those are in certain bandwidths. The calm and focused states, those are in other bandwidths. Dreams are in particular delta bandwidths. Flow state is in particular deep delta and gamma bandwidth. Like, extreme focus, energy, and clarity, high gamma. You know what I mean? Like your brain is adjusting everything else about you based on the frequency range that it is attuned to at that given time. And so one thing for me that's been a persistent challenge in my life has been I really struggle to get to sleep. It's not exactly insomnia. It has more to do with ADHD and trauma.
Yeah, your brain just won't turn off.
It won't turn off. In fact, it comes alive. My circadian rhythms are totally jacked up. And
you probably lay your head down to sleep, and all of a sudden your brain was like, how tall was Jesus?
Exactly. It's exactly what happens. So because of that, I have long been interested in, different kinds of white noise and stuff that could help get your brain in a frequency space that's going to make you come down and go to sleep and then go into good states of sleep. Because that's another thing. Most of the time when I have fallen asleep, it's not the right, my brain isn't doing the right thing. Yeah. So, just in the context of doing some business, a company that I'm involved in had made a deal with a company that came to us out of it's basically they're in early days of having an app in the App Store or somewhat early days. They were formerly they had like exclusively contracts with Department of Defense and that kind of thing, where people like Navy SEALs and special ops people were using their frequency tech that uses certain frequencies and certain patterns of like what do they call that? Where it's alternating between your ears. I can't think of it right now. I use it all the time for ADHD focus.
Yeah,
stuff.
It's like the Dolby audio.
Yeah,
spatial.
Not spatial though. It uses spatial. You have to have that ability to really use it. It works best in your AirPods and stuff like that. But I'll think of it in a little while. But bottom line, it uses different technologies to kind of basically guide your brain into whatever frequency range you're targeting. And in the past, a lot of the products that I've tried have been reasonably helpful, but there's limitations when we're dealing with these devices. A lot of them required heavy hardware purchases and stuff, and I never got into that. I was interested in it. But anyway, when this opportunity came along, just because we were doing some business with this company to try this, I was like, well, I've tried other stuff. It's helped somewhat. I'd be interested. They said, this is not going to be like that. And I was, okay. That's
kind of skeptical.
Yeah, I wasn't incredulous. I was just like, we'll see. I've seen big promises and I've had a little bit of success with it. Bilateral stimulation, that kind of thing. And some other similar concepts. So one of the comments that was made to me in that meeting was, this is going to, in under 30 seconds, tune your brain to the frequency range you're targeting. And that's what has made it useful in a defense, environment. And I was like, okay. That night, I turned on the deep sleep component and set it up on our little Bose Bluetooth speaker and lay down on our grounded bed sheets and went to bed as per usual. And I just woke up like 5 hours later because my bladder finally got through to me. And I was like in another dimension, literally in another dimension. I had been dreaming nonstop, interacting with the dreams, very aware, but also getting like a profoundly deep kind of rest. And I went use the restroom, and it was like I never could quite wake up. I had never felt anything like that didn't involve a pharmaceutical. Yeah. But I didn't feel that heaviness that you feel, but I just couldn't get out of the range. I basically slept through the trip to the bathroom, back to the bed, and then continued the dream on command. Yeah. And when I woke up in the morning, I was so profoundly like...
Rested?
No, exhausted.
Oh, wow.
Which is actually something that the doctor had forewarned me about. The first night you actually get real rest, and maybe 20 or 30 nights after that, your body is going to feel like you have been beaten with a Louisville Slugger because you are essentially you're making up for decades of not sleeping. And primarily, as I've mentioned on the podcast before, my body has adjusted and learned how to function out of
cortisol, right?
Cortisol, using the fight or flight stuff instead of, as it should be, using the primary nervous system. So I was pretty profoundly impacted by that first night. I thought, this could be the real deal, because they did forewarn me.
Right.
The next week, every single night was like that. And I felt worse and worse because I had just no energy. My body has not really known what to do with serotonin and that kind of thing. And so I asked Brooke, how have you been sleeping? She said, I don't know what the deal is, but I am like going to the deepest sleep so fast, and I am dreaming nonstop all night, which is around when I started to go, because I purposely hadn't said anything to her other than, do you mind if I use this noise?
Yeah.
And when I tell you she's having the exact same experience I was, except she was feeling super rested because she's been a much healthier sleeper than I have. Long story short, I hit a point where, well, before I say that, let me just say, I kind of put you on game with it. I didn't front load the wagon too hard.
Not kind of. I mean, come on, man. You absolutely, you undersold it.
Yeah,
by
of course.
A lot. But when I just got to just comment on
because
one thing
I'm trying to do research also.
Right. No. And so I tried this, and I did the same thing. I didn't tell my wife what was. In fact, she was already asleep.
Gentlemen, maybe don't take marital advice from us.
Actually, you know what? I believe it was after we recorded a late night. It was.
Yeah, it was.
It was. We had recorded
a
late night episode.
Yeah, because we've been working out on the property.
Right. And so she was already like knocked out. And so I slip in to the bed around 1 a.m., 2 a.m.
Yeah. Which for you, good Lord.
Right. I already have sleep apnea. And so I'm just like, how is this going to kind of interact with the rest that I've kind of been getting through the CPAP? And so I threw it on there, the Bluetooth speaker. And when I say that this thing, like, whiplashes you into, it's like anesthesia.
Yeah.
That's the best way that I could kind of describe it.
That's how I experienced it.
It's like, and I've only been under anesthesia like twice in my life, but I remember distinctly the first time was when I got my wisdom teeth taken out, and I remember kind of arguing with the nurse. I'm like, I don't feel anything. She's like, it's okay, I'm just putting the sugar water inside there right now, but when we get started, you're going to feel it. I'm like, well, I don't feel anything, and I want to be knocked out. Like, I don't want to.
Yeah.
And I remember, like, waking up and being like, can y'all, like, hurry up and get started. And they're like, sir, we're done. And I got a mouthful of gauze and I'm like bleeding. I'm like, I can't. But like, I don't remember going to sleep. But like an hour and a half later, I slept really well. But that's how this app kind of did. And then, we woke up and I asked my wife, I was like, how'd you sleep? Because she hadn't been sleeping great. And she was like, yeah, I slept the deepest sleep that I have in a long time. Like, I don't remember waking up once. And I was like, yeah, this thing is witchcraft.
I mean,
this is crazy.
I've never had an experience like that didn't involve a pharmaceutical.
Right.
For me, the last decade, 3 to 4 times a year, propofol. So I've been under anesthesia way too many times in the last decade. By the grace of God, not so in the last 2.5 years. But before that, constantly. And that's always been my thing. I fight that stuff so hard. And I mean, they'll tell you to count down from 10. Well, I'll tell you one thing, like, I'm not going to sleep on 0. Like, and I'll be joking around with them about it because they knew me. They knew me well enough to know I was going to fight it. And I'd be like, it's not taken yet. And they'd be like, okay, Mr. Hurst, that's fine. And then, of course, that's the experience. A few minutes later, you're like, can we get this show on the road? And then you realize, well, that's pretty much what this thing was doing to me.
Right.
And then I thought, well, listen, there's these other functions in this app that have to do with cellular repair. And if that is anywhere close to as helpful as this has been, I should be doing that because that will help me get to where I'm feeling good from sleeping instead of bad. So I started just using little short 20 and 30, 40-minute spurts of this feature that takes you into the frequencies that are needed for deep cellular repair and vagus nerve reset, and for lack of a better term, and I think they call it vagal. It's a T word anyway, and the first time that I did that, within a minute and a half, I had tingling up and down my body. I was, the best way I can say it is aggressively relaxed. And all of the, as somebody who has dealt with chronic pain for over a decade and been doing much, 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 much better, I think I've forgotten what it feels like when inflammation is just not all throughout your body.
Yeah.
So when that inflammation starts going down, everything feels better. And we were working out at the church every day on the new property, working like real jobs, working, swinging hammers and lifting beams, and all of that soreness was draining out of my body.
Wow.
Within a couple days, I woke up one morning and it hit me. This is what it feels like to get a night of sleep. And then the first thought I had was, after that, I don't think I have felt that good after a night of sleep since. And then it just kind of hung there. And I was like,
Ever.
I don't ever remember this happening. I think you said the first night after you had your CPAP.
Yeah, probably like that first sleep study that I had. Yeah.
It's profound. But the point is, this is an app that is yanking your brain out of whatever frequency range you're in into the one you're targeting. And it happens in under a minute from my experience. It's bam, you're there. That is teaching me something profound about how quickly I can be tuned or attuned to whatever resonance somebody wants me to be in. It's startling to me that this little piece of tech that we're carrying around in our pockets can reset my entire mental function to a completely different frequency in under a minute. People in monasteries and in the caves in the Himalayas, the desert fathers spend lifetimes and decades practicing heavy asceticism, self-denial, and long silence retreats and meditate for days and weeks on end to learn how to tune their mind to the frequency range they're targeting, which is often deep delta, high gamma, that kind of thing, which is really what the Bible is pointing at when Jesus tells us, when you pray, go into the inner room, lock the door, close the door, and pray to your Father in secret.
Come on.
When it tells us that the temple is constructed in silence, when it tells us, the Bible is pointing at the allegorical level, getting to this space. And I'm not advocating for people running around using the cheat method. I'm using the cheat method for two things. One, sleep, because if you're not sleeping, everything else falls apart.
Yeah.
And two, cellular repair, because we live in a world where aggressive cellular repair is needed and is a really good idea. But the point is, like mitochondrial cellular repair, but the point is, typically, the way God designed the universe is that you have to really practice a great level of discipline and self-denial to target those frequency ranges that we're going for in that kind of a space. And the reason for that is because those are doorways.
They are. They're portals, man.
They are portals because different realms exist within different frequency ranges. Those are doorways and portals to different realms. When you are asleep, you are not nowhere. You are in a realm. You can call it the quantum field. You can call it whatever you want to, the astral plane, whatever you want to call it, but you're in a realm. And it's the one time that the modern person typically is free of the constraints of their corporeal body, and the rest of them can travel unhindered, soul and spirit. And so the Lord has designed it such, the Creator has designed it such, that a level of self-denial and discipline has to go into getting there, because it's not wise to just be shoved in all of your carnality into a space like that where you can interact with stuff that can be deceptive, persuasive, influential. And if you are still aligned with the lower mind, and we'll get into this more later, but if you're still aligned with that, that can be a dangerous situation to be in. But this is teaching me that if I'm not aware of it, I'm carrying things in my pocket that can be used to just shift me. It's important. Frequency matters.
My God.
So it's really kind of done a number on my awareness of how much this impacts our daily lives in ways we may not always be aware of. This is one reason why we don't throw our support behind people using psychedelics and psychotropics, because not because of some, I'm not going to judge anybody, not because of some legalistic religious framework, but because, again, what are we doing when we do that? We are shifting frequencies, and we're taking a shortcut.
Yes.
That typically has to be arrived at through fasting.
Shortcut is the word. I think really what it boils down to, understanding the power of these devices. What comes to mind is the warning for us not to be ignorant
Of the
enemy's devices.
That's right.
And there's so much that you could like front load that word with.
Who happens to be the prince of the power of the air.
Of the air. That's how the frequencies are absolutely traveling.
Right.
Through everything that we consider firm matter. We
Right.
already discussed last time that matter is frequency.
Right.
That's
it's
really
composed of light and sound.
Yeah.
There is a something here, but it's held together with light and sound.
That's perfect, just because this was something that, I wanted to kind of touch on last time that we did it. Just the fact of like this technology we just talked about, we understand that the app was created for multiple reasons, but by the time we got a hold of it,
Right.
they had already definitely tested it and used it for a various amount of functionality, to include being a very effective weapon.
Yep.
To use to cause untold amount of destruction and damage.
Yep.
Without ever firing what we consider, basic military operations, ever firing a shot, right? And I mean, a lot of this stuff it's easy for like rumors to spread really fast and like tall tales, or like how people have, detailed experiences. But I mean, if you can do a little bit of a deep dive, I mean, we've been using like the LRAD, the long range acoustic devices for years. Our government, CIA, who you name it. You ever heard like what's it called? They saw the Havana syndrome.
Yep.
Where these people who were inside this hotel, they stepped inside a zone and they felt just terrible, felt confusion, felt discomfort, felt nausea, ears were ringing, ears were bleeding, could not, like, complete disorientation.
Some of them stayed so sick for so long that their doctors thought they had cancer.
Yeah. And I mean, our government, the CIA, of course, denied, any type of use of those weapons. But there's a lot that has gone into like why that narrative wasn't as it was said. I mean,
there's a preponderance of evidence and whistleblowers
especially. We can even go off of like the most recent testimony when you have Maduro, the Venezuelan president.
Yep.
And I mean, the reports that came out, I mean, the man was guarded by, I think they said almost 200 armed guard, very heavily guarded. And we swoop in with a SEAL team, minimal members, and they take out everybody. Not just because they're superior with, their fighting ability. I believe we do have the upper hand in a lot of ways. But the reports that came back, they were saying, now not all of this has been, corroborated by everybody.
Unfortunately, a lot of this is based in a single eyewitness account of somebody that was willing to talk.
Right.
So there's all kinds of factors that can no doubt come into play. For one thing, that's a very traumatizing experience. Some people have said, well, a flashbang could do a lot of that to you. Maybe, but we don't hear these reports from people after flashbangs.
And we've been using flashbangs for years.
Yeah. Also, that has to do with the same principles.
Exactly.
But
I mean, the reports came out, this man is saying, like, there was some sort of weapon that was deployed.
We saw nothing. We heard nothing.
Yeah, like, it was like some sort of sonic blast that was deployed. And I mean, immediately, everybody is bent over, holding their heads. Bleeding, vomiting, completely incapacitated.
Disoriented. And the Department of Defense is openly acknowledging that they are testing these things, but also that they've reached the stage of active testing. But by the time they're admitting that,
they've already been doing
bro,
it.
they don't tell us when what world do you live in that you think they tell us we're testing it when they're testing it? They tell you they're testing it when they've been using it. I'm sorry if you don't agree with that. I get it, but I can't live in a world. I know what I would do if I was them, and I don't believe they're not doing that.
I mean, we've been using this type of technology all the way back to World War II. I mean, the Nazis were using stuff very similar.
And to that point, the people use this term sonic weapons. There's other stuff though. There's also microwave stuff, where and again, you can rabbit hole here, and you're not ever going to hit the bottom of it, but we do know that there are a lot of heavy metals in our bodies that didn't used to be there. Not in anything close to the amount that they are now. Mercury, barium, whatever. There's one that gets talked about in conspiracy circles all the time, and I can't think of the name of it right now. We don't know for a fact necessarily how it got in there, whether it was in the air through cloud seeding, whether it was in immunizations. We do know that all of these things have been found in those tech before, and that there's very limited accountability. So we've got all that to go on. Yes. The UK government is openly acknowledging, I don't know if you know this, but the UK government is openly acknowledging to their citizens as of the last couple of years that, yes, we're sorry we gaslit you for decades. We are and have been using cloud seeding and weather manipulation, hear this, to block the sun.
Yeah. Yes. I have heard that.
Which is like telling battery-operated beings that we've been killing your charging portal. We've been walking around for years saying, I just don't feel right. I have low energy, vitamin D's down, immune system is down. I think they're doing something in the clouds, and they go, oh, conspiracy theorists, you believe in, what do they call the popular term for what the jets leave behind them? Wait, bro. How can we be in this space and neither of us can think of it? It's probably all the heavy metals in the air.
Yes.
Anyway, gaslighting the public, and then it turns out, no, absolutely, you've been trying to plug in and we've been cutting the power. And that's for the environment, So we know there's a lot we don't know. And there's more we don't know about the Maduro thing than what we do know. But it is not a stretch when we say something happened. We're not saying we know what it is. We're just saying I'm inclined to believe a firsthand witness telling me that something incapacitated everybody. And I'm not even saying that's necessarily bad on the face of it. Chemtrails. And they want you to call them contrails, hilariously. But I am of the opinion that it's silly not to think that we're not using stuff like that. For one thing, that actually cut bloodshed down.
Yeah.
So we're not even necessarily saying this makes the government evil. That's not really what we're even necessarily saying. They are, but not necessarily because they used that when they went in to Maduro, because for all we know, they probably would have had to shoot all those people dead if they hadn't done that.
Right.
The point is, how does that work? Because I'm talking about heavy metals and so on in your body, because the impact that those potentially could have hear me, I didn't say that they're having, but the impact they potentially could have is to serve as incredibly good mediums to amplify whatever frequency, whatever microwave, whatever energy is coming at you. If you've got all this metal in your body, in your blood, in your brain, it's gonna, and that got me thinking about strings again. We talked about strings last week. If you've ever tuned a guitar, tuned a violin, the first day you get the strings, you pop them on, you tune them up, the gut, the nylon, the wire wrapping, all that stuff, it hasn't been stretched out. So typically you go away for 10 minutes, you come back, it's slipped all out of tune. Mm-hmm. You tune it again, play a little more, slips out of tune. You tune it up, set it down, go away 5 minutes later, you come back, it's slipped out of tune. You after a little while, you get this point you start to hit where it's holding its tune. And, you know, when you leave instruments in environments where there's a lot of environmental changes, it's not very well climate controlled, it's not great for them, right? Mm-hmm. And so if it's super cold, super hot, super humid, super dry, whatever, all this has big impacts on the instrument. You know, you leave that instrument sitting for a week, a month in a space with a lot of fluctuations, you come back, it's going to be very out of tune. But if you're using a quality instrument with quality strings, quality tuners, a lot of times I have left an instrument somewhere and there has been fluctuations and whatever for up to a month, something like that. Come back and it's pretty well in tune. What really strikes me about that is we're talking here about resonance.
Yes, sir.
Because we're talking here about something that has a string that has been conditioned to remain at a certain frequency, at a certain gauge, at a certain tautness, so that when struck, the frequencies that are going to resonate from it are going to be the ones you were aiming at, which is called tuning the instrument.
Yes, sir.
Once you've tuned that instrument enough times, it tends to become conditioned such that even under stress and duress from environmental conditions, it will hold that tune quite well. This is why this matters, because under stress and in a dynamic environment where conditions are shifting, if you have not tuned, if you have not conditioned yourself, or if you have been tuned and conditioned subconsciously and unconsciously by forces acting upon you when you were not aware of them, you are going to resonate with the frequencies that come most naturally to the condition you've been left in the most. And so this is why it's important as believers, when we're not in times of hardship, when we're in times of prosperity, those are the times when we need to be fasting and praying and giving to the poor and serving and loving and more than ever. Because when the hard times come, we're going to tend to hold the resonance we've been conditioning ourselves to.
What's your default?
What's your default? And can you hold it?
Can you hold it?
So this is why to us, man, this frequency stuff is real. And you're going to resonate with the ones you've been tuned to. So you want to know.
Yeah.
And you want to condition yourself in the ones you're targeting. The spiritual condition, the frequency, the vibrational area that you would like to resonate from under stress, because that tells you where you really are. So I just was like, man, let's let's hit that up to kind of, first of all, that kind of ties some of what we talked about last week together, but also I feel like it just lays a little bit of a foundation to be like, why are we even looking for this in God's word? It's not just to titillate some like, ooh, could this have been this? No, we're wanting to draw from the word of God principles that will help us to walk this out. And so a lot of what we're looking at tonight is going to be at the allegorical and metaphorical level. And we always say when we do that, the New Age, the Luciferian inversions, the new thought paradigms and pagan-centric thought paradigms where we talk about the Christ consciousness and those kinds of things. What is wrong with those is not typically in my what's the word I'm looking for? I guess perspective, opinion, perception. In my perception, what's wrong with those ways of thinking is not so much what they say as what they don't say.
Yeah.
What we are advocating is not that your Bible should be read as a book of fables and mythology that only holds esoteric wisdom and truth. What we're saying is we serve a God who is so magnificent that he has ordered the universe such that everything he says is true on all levels.
Yes.
And so when he brings his people out of Egypt through the wilderness and into the promised land, he is capable of doing so. And we're arguing he did do so in a way, and it was recorded in a way that would tell us what we needed to know from the story, the real history, what really happened, that would point us to Jesus and point us to the finished work of the cross and point us to the redemption we have in him and the being reunited with the Father through the person and work of Jesus and the indwelling of the Holy Spirit and all of those things, fully valid, fully real, and also, if you care to go there, there's some deep allegorical metaphors that teach us how to minister as priests from within and unto the temple that we are, so that this temple can better reflect the presence of the living God that dwells in it. And so that as he was, so can we be in this world. As John said, so are we in this world.
Yes, sir.
So
I love it. I love it. So we're going to actually start in one of my favorite books of the Bible.
The book of Yeshua.
Yeah. And I mean, that.
The title's always good for something, bro.
We haven't even got to verse 1, and here you go already. But yes, in case you did not know, fun fact, Joshua wasn't his original name.
Mm-mm.
It was.
I love when people go, how are all these Bible characters named John and Paul and Josh?
Even outside of that, I'm saying that's not even what his parents named her.
I know that, yeah.
Well, I'm saying as far as like Hosea,
right,
was originally his name.
Right.
Moses actually renames him and puts the divine name attached to it.
Yep.
Which is super integral to the shadow.
Yeah. The type and shadow that he is.
Of Jesus that he is.
Yes.
And that's always fun when people start making connections of like, oh, Jesus did this and he did that. And then you see the type and shadow of like Old Testament characters that are foreshadowing all of those things. It all points to Jesus. We're very clear on that. But his name literally points to Jesus.
When someone is named in the Bible, well, period, but when someone is named in the Bible, it's important.
Yeah.
When they are renamed, stop and figure it out.
Yes. Yes.
There's a reason. And Joshua really does stand as a powerful type and shadow of Jesus Christ, the conquering king. He's not technically a king, but where Moses stood as certainly a type of that and of the good shepherd, but Joshua really takes on that general side, that leader of the armies of the Lord.
Yes, he does.
So Joshua has a lot to do with the Jesus we're going to see next time we see him.
Which I'm so happy you say that, because we've done, and I say we, I mean like the body of believers who are sitting under teaching right now really has been done a disservice, because we preach Jesus, or we present Jesus a certain kind of way.
Right.
And he's not only the gentle shepherd who is pleading for his sheep to follow his voice.
The suffering servant, the
Right.
lamb slain.
He's all of those things.
Yeah.
But he is absolutely the conquering king,
Yes.
who is unashamed
Yes.
to absolutely execute judgment. And where we see violence, and we may think that, well, I wouldn't do it that way. Well, you're not him. And you aren't capable of determining what's righteous and what's not.
Right.
He does. And so when we kind of read some of these things, understand from that lens, this is also the other facet
Yes.
of our risen Savior. All right, man. You want to get started, my brother?
Let's see here. I do. Let's see if. Okay. All right. So Joshua 1:1. Now after the death of Moses, the servant of the Lord, it came to pass, the Lord spoke unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, Moses my servant is dead. Now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. I'm going to look at something there in verse 1. Do you have any comments so far?
Just from the very beginning, I think it's very interesting how we talked about the sleep app earlier, and how that slingshots you or whiplashes you right into the state that you need to be in for the deepest of sleep. The text kind of does this. Like, it's almost violent the way that it transitions you when you leave, the book
Exodus.
of Deuteronomy, right? As you're leaving the Torah.
Right. Turning one page into new.
Right. Boom. Now it came about after the death of Moses, the servant of the Lord. So it's framing who Moses was. It's saying now Yehovah is speaking to Joshua, his servant, and he's saying something very significant. Like, Yehovah is making it very clear to Joshua that you're in the middle of a transition. There's no time for you to be shell-shocked or for you to even mourn, really. He said, Moses is now dead. Yes. Arise. So it's like, take complete control of your emotions right now, and action should now proceed only after you have understood and come to the conclusion. I think a lot of times we want to kind of jump into action, but we haven't properly processed what has taken place.
Yes.
And so I believe the Most High right here is saying, okay, process this, take note of it, but now it's time for you to get up.
So to that point, how was Joshua prepared for this? Because when it says, it came to pass that the Lord spake unto Joshua, the son of Nun, Moses' minister. That word minister, basically, it is menial service or a worshiper. Like when Aaron would go into the Holy of Holies, it says there to minister. I mean, you're coming in about as humble and low as you can. You're going into that holy place.
Yes.
In fact, where it says that in Exodus 28:35, and it shall be upon Aaron to minister, and his sound shall be heard when he goeth in unto the holy place before the Lord, and when he cometh out, that he die not. So that's the context of how Aaron was postured when ministering. Like, I'm going to keep making noise so y'all know I haven't died in here. Joshua is Moses' minister. The image that draws for me is quite a humble position.
Yeah.
He is his right-hand man, but I don't necessarily think that Joshua started as the heir apparent from that description. But through Exodus and I think Deuteronomy, we do gather some important visuals about Joshua. Among them, that when Moses would go into the tent of meeting to meet with the Lord,
Joshua would be right outside.
Joshua would stay at the doorway and soak long after Moses departed. Joshua couldn't leave. If that's not conditioning yourself, tuning yourself,
I don't know what is. Yes.
Joshua marinated in the presence of God. And even when Moses was done with his meeting and left himself, Joshua didn't. Joshua stayed there and lingered. If the cloud's here, if the pillar's here, I'm here. And so it really strikes me that it matters that it's saying Joshua, Moses' minister. Mm-hmm. God is speaking to the one that took the lowly attitude, like Elisha pouring water on the hands of Elijah. He was the one that came in with a low profile. And yet when Moses dies, and Moses told the people beforehand it was going to be so, but when Moses dies, it's Joshua that God speaks with. Makes sense, by the way. That's the one he spent the time with.
It does, yes.
So, yeah, bro. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that I have given unto you, verse 3, as I said unto Moses. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon. From the wilderness and this Lebanon, even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, unto the land of all the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun shall be your coast. So he gives them the borders.
Yeah. And just real quick, I think verse 3 echoes not only what he told Moses, but what he originally told the progenitor. He told Abraham.
Absolutely. He's reiterating.
Yeah.
These are the conditions.
Not only that, but God is like, I'm keeping my covenant promise. And so while the leader may change,
yeah,
I didn't change.
Yes.
While the people of Israel has gone through generations, some died off due to disobedience, I'm maintaining my promise.
And that continuity is evident from, I'm using the same verbiage to you that I used to Abram. And it strikes me here, this image of the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that is an image talking about dominion.
Yes, sir.
And it strikes me that God is telling Joshua, as you come into this land, reiterating the borders, every place that the sole of your foot treads upon in these borders, I'm giving it to you. And he's about to go on and say, nobody's going to be able to withstand you. It's important to understand realms when you've been given dominion.
Come on.
Because dominion operates within confines. There are other thrones, there are other dominions. This is the one he gave to us. Jesus is seated on the throne, but we are how his feet move around this rock.
Yes, sir. That's so good.
There shall not any man be able to stand before thee, verse 5, all the days of thy life. As I was with Moses, so I will be with thee. As I was with Moses, so I will be with thee. I will not fail thee nor forsake thee. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land which I swear unto their fathers to give them. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law which Moses my servant commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth. Out of thy mouth.
Yeah.
But thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein. For then shalt thou make thy way prosperous, and then shalt thou have good success. Speaking the word of God, meditating on it, observing it is all crucial for being aligned with it and having success in our assignment. Then Joshua commanded the officers of the people, saying, pass through the host, the camp, and command the people, saying, prepare you victuals. This King James ride is a trip.
That's funny.
Make a meal.
Yep.
Prepare you victuals.
Provisions.
Yeah. For within 3 days, typology is going to be wild in this book.
Sir.
Ye shall pass over this Jordan to go in to possess the land which the Lord your God giveth you to possess it. And to the Reubenites and to the Gadites, to the half tribe of Manasseh, spake Joshua, saying, remember the word which Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded you, saying, the Lord your God hath given you rest, and hath given you this land. Your wives, your little ones, and your cattle shall remain in the land which Moses gave you on this side Jordan, but ye shall pass before your brethren armed, all the mighty men of valor, and help them until the Lord have given your brethren rest, as he hath given you, and they also have possessed the land which the Lord your God giveth them. Then ye shall return unto the land of your possession, and enjoy it, which Moses the Lord's servant gave you on this side Jordan toward the sun rising. That story there, you'd have to back up to go catch it, but that story's a ride, and it's kind of offered without a whole lot of commentary. There were a few tribes that kind of, they liked the lands on the opposite bank of the Jordan, the cities. They were already pre-built. The Lord hadn't said they had to be committed to destruction because they weren't within the borders.
Right.
So it looked pretty promising as like a ready-made solution. They're like, why can't we just have these cities on this side,
Right.
and the Lord made the deal with them through Moses, and it was okay, provided
They went and they assisted.
you go fight with your brothers and sisters. But I will say, most of the mess that came in later years that kept leading Israel astray happened in the territories they should have possessed.
Yes.
You know, your golden calves of who's the king that kept leading Israel astray with the golden calves, the two calves? Why is his name escaping my mind?
I'm trying to remember now.
I'm going to look it up because that's going to drive me crazy.
He's a northern king.
Yeah.
We doing Bible study, y'all.
This is it. Jeroboam. There it is, Jeroboam.
Yes.
Yeah, all that stuff was taking place in the territories these guys
Did not
should have
lay
been
their
holding.
sole of feet on to conquer.
Yeah. So I'm of the persuasion that what they did was not necessarily wrong. But I don't know, man. I just kind of feel like God knows what to give you. And I think we all have grace to possess and to have dominion in the arena he calls us to.
Right.
And you're not always going to make him angry by asking to do something different, but you may not be in perfect resonance with what he put you on this earth to do.
Right.
And you could have an impact on others. And sometimes those impacts are generational. You don't even live to see them. But you were supposed to send down roots in this space. So to me, it's just interesting. It's not, the Bible doesn't condemn it, but I don't know if it was the best idea to tell God, like, thanks for that over there, but can we have this over here?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know. And they answered, Joshua saying, all that thou commandest us we will do, and whithersoever thou sendest us we will go. According as we hearkened unto Moses, we listened to Moses in all things, so we will hearken unto thee. Only the Lord thy God be with thee as he was with Moses. Whosoever he be that doth rebel against thy commandment and will not hearken unto thy words, in all that thou commandest him, he shall be put to death. Only be strong and of a good courage. You want to take over for a few minutes?
Yeah, like I just
give them
love,
some relief from this KJV.
I just love how we continue to have the command to be strong and courageous.
Absolutely.
That's been repeated 3 to 4 times already by the Most High God, is just saying. And in fact, he doubles down on verse 7. He says, in my version, only be strong and very courageous.
Very courageous.
He's like really saying, like, the courage that you're going to need is going to be integral to you being successful. It's not only that you're leaning on me to help you conquer, absolutely do that, but I believe the Lord does partner with his people through the courage that we do show, because that shows his glory. That allows the enemy to see that we're not just hiding and running and ducking away from the power that we have. We're operating through it and facing it head on. And that courage is what's going to be super important.
I have the biggest amen in my spirit to what you're saying. And I've been thinking a lot about this recently. One of my children is struggling with fear a lot. And my wife would be the first to tell you there's a little bit of a generational stronghold that has to do with that. in her bloodline. And post-Holocaust, there's definitely psychologists, psychiatrists, sociologists have studied groups like the descendants of American slave trade,
Yes.
the native tribes after their decimation here, and the Jewish people post World War II. Those cultural traumas, do have a profound, measurable impact at the epigenetic level, meaning above the genetics of the individual. So there is genetic memory encoded into a lot of us.
100%.
That's come down to us in our bloodline, that predisposes us to, in the case of a lot of Jewish people, neuroses, just certain timidities and neuroses that, here's the thing, man, Satan can wreak havoc on anybody who is predisposed to resonate with fear. And I
My goodness.
think people are facing a lot of that these days. And,
Of course.
and to our audience, this could be particularly important to realize. If you tend to have a fear response when like if a fear response will tend to spin you into rabbit holing, or fear responses have to do with the way you are tuned.
Yeah.
Because if fear doesn't resonate with you, you're not going to give that reaction.
I mean, look at David. He had already been tuned to the courage that he needed to conquer whatever predator he was faced up against.
Yes.
So between the lion, between the bear, or whatever that he encountered, the giant, even though he was spewing out all of the threats and the fear was gripping the hearts and the minds of the Israelites, David clashed. When he stepped on the scene, he's like, I'm not scared of what you guys are scared of. Not because he was the best warrior on the field. I truly believe it's because, like you're saying, he had already tuned himself through meditative prayer and fasting and worship.
Yes.
So when he came into the presence of something else, he's not ringing with the sound of fear.
That's right.
He's resonating with the sound of faith.
David amplified something, but it wasn't what everyone else was amplifying.
Come on.
Because David wasn't tuned to that.
No, sir.
So everyone else was picking up, resonating. Their clock was swinging in confluence with the pendulum of Goliath's clock. Goliath knew that the Valley of Elam had them both connected to an energy field, and he kept coming out every day, 40 days, and doing his little dog and pony show, and he knew, I am swinging the pendulum, I am setting the resonance, and I'm getting the same reaction over there every day, 40 days. We have a thumbnail from a couple months ago. Goliath was a PsyOp.
Yeah.
And it didn't get a whole lot of a response, which could be for so many different reasons, but that tripped both of us out a little bit, because to me, the concept of realizing that Goliath was a PsyOp is powerful. Understanding that actually the enemy didn't want a fair fight with Israel.
No.
That's what
No.
gets missed. The Philistines did not feel that they were in a position to have a fair fight with Saul and his armies. So they concocted a PsyOp. 40 days of this man coming out and doing this intimidation show is not, you don't feed an army for 40 days. You don't camp in the wilderness for 40 days because you don't have anything better to do. The Philistines had wives and children at home. They would rather be at home. They didn't do that for 40 days because they couldn't think of anything else to do. That's what I thought. That the Goliath was a PsyOp thumbnail when y'all came up with it was brilliant, because I thought that's so profound. People are going to get this, but people need to learn how to think. I think sometimes they gotta realize, why would the enemy invest 40 days into intimidation if he thought he had this battle in the bag?
Come on.
I feel the Holy Ghost right now.
Yeah.
If the enemy is working this hard to intimidate you, why?
This hard and this long.
And investing this much time.
Yeah.
You have been battling fear for so long. Has it ever occurred to you that the enemy is terrified that you might wake up one morning, look down at your sword, your shield, your breastplate, your armor, and realize God's got me? And when your foot hits the floor that day, you come out like David did.
Come on.
In the name of the living God of Israel, whom you have defied.
Yes, sir.
Generational curse, whom you have defied bloodline stuff, whom you have defied, spiritual opposition and warfare. And maybe all of this intimidation is specifically because if you ever wake up and realize who he is and who you are in him, it's all over but the crying.
That's right.
And so Goliath was and your bride said, I'm not familiar with the term PsyOp, which for those of us who are chronically online, I was just like, say what?
Right.
That blew my mind. But she's a smart cookie. I know that if she's not familiar with that word, that's one of the weird things about this reality we live in.
It's a PsyOp that we don't know what a PsyOp is.
Yeah, it's like sometimes people are having such a different experience of reality that I'm like, wait, what? How did our timelines even cross?
Right.
Because to me, I'm like, a few times a day, I'm thinking PsyOp. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like I can't go 3 headlines without thinking PsyOp. So, and I'm probably overkill the other way, but a lot of these people that are going to spend a few hours a week with us also are. But if you're not familiar with it, just understand that a PsyOp is a psychological operation because the opponent who is doing the PsyOp believes that they need to soften the target up here. Mm-hmm. What are they doing? They are doing what our app did. They are tuning your frequency. A PsyOp is to tune you to a frequency that will cause you to resonate with
whatever
the messaging that they need you to be in alignment with when they come to confront you, to hit you. And so that idea of people battling fear and a sense of impending doom, you need to fight back on that with everything in you, because the only reason you are being tormented that way is because of who you are in Christ. Mm-hmm. Because otherwise you don't matter. That investment is to keep you immobilized. And so the Bible tells us what tunes you away from fear.
And I think it was so important that Yehovah had to really make sure that Joshua was tuned correctly, was because he's one of the few, really only the two, that is continuing on from the old regime.
100%.
And so what he saw and what was exposed to was the 12 spies report. He was part of that.
And one of only two who didn't resonate with fear.
Right. And so the Lord is like, hey, we going to try this again.
Yeah.
We going to try this again. And so since you are leading the people into the land that I have promised, let me remind you.
Yep.
Be strong.
And very
courageous. And let me reiterate that multiple times.
In the book of Revelation, chapter 20 is the loosing of Satan for the little season. Mm-hmm. I'm throwing that Easter egg out because I know we have people in the Antikemi Nation that want to have that discussion. I think we might get there. I want you to be aware that we're aware that you want to have that discussion.
Right.
But I'm going to say about that rabbit hole is deep. And I'm personally... I'm in it, and I've been in it for a little while, and I'm taking in right now. I'm just holding information without judgment. Right. So we're a little ways away. But bottom line is, whenever that happens, the very next scene after Satan is defeated for the ultimate time, bound and cast into the lake of fire with him and everybody that ever caused any problem, and the whole thing is done. Mm-hmm. The very next scene is Revelation 21. Mm-hmm. New heaven and new earth. Yes. The old has passed away. And the famous verse 4, God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes. No more death, no sorrow, no crying, all those things, no pain. My God, no pain. Verse 6, and he said unto me, it is done. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. I will give unto him that is athirst at the fountain of the water of life freely. He that overcometh shall inherit all things. He that overcometh shall inherit all things. He that overcometh shall inherit. Joshua, I'm sending you into this land. I swore to Abraham, all these borders, every place the sole of your foot touches, only be strong and very courageous. He that overcometh shall inherit all things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son. Our inheritance ultimately is in this new or renewed heaven and earth. It's not even here in the kingdom, ultimately.
Right.
And we have a good time with those first 7 verses, but rarely, even for myself, in public ministry in the pulpit, and I've done it, but I'm probably not in the majority of preachers that, unless they preach verse by verse through the Bible, which many churches do, I don't think I'm in the majority of pastors that get to verse 8 in a Sunday sermon, but I've done it on occasion. But we love this, and I will be his God, he shall be my son. Verse 8, but the fearful.
Or the cowardly, that's what I have.
And unbelieving, and the abominable, and murderers, whoremongers, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars shall have their part in the lake of fire, which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death. Okay. You're telling me in a list that includes whoremongers, sorcerers, idolaters, liars, murderers, the first word out of your mouth is going to be cowards, fearful.
Yeah.
The thing about fear is that Satan knows it's the thing we are least averse to that is most likely to disclude us from our inheritance. So the vast majority, aside from lust, aside from desire, the vast majority of the effort to tune us to the wrong frequency that has come from hell has been to tune us to the frequency of fear so that we will prove ourselves cowards in the day of testing and disqualify ourselves from our own inheritance, which has already been given and promised to us in Jesus and therefore is ours to lose.
I mean, if he tunes us to the frequency of fear, his job is done because we'll do all the dirty work for him.
Yep.
Everything that happens in reaction to that is going to be completely out of alignment, of course, and more than likely is going to be sinful.
Yep.
Because you're running towards whatever you are, you're running away from what you're afraid of.
Yes.
And especially if the fear is deception bound, and really according to John St. Julian, I love how we keep on referencing him, the false reality overlay.
Yeah. He calls it the knowledge of good and evil operating system. Dan
Dan
calls
Duval
it,
says the false reality overlay. Yeah. It's the whatever is projected onto our minds.
Yep.
That's what we focus on.
Yep.
And if it's not the word of God, if it's not Jesus and all of his might and power, we are going to be susceptible to falling to that prey, falling to those traps.
It really strikes me with this constant drumbeat that's coming at us of this: be strong and of good courage, be strong, very courageous. One of basically the very next thing we're going to run into, they're going to be confronted with a river that has no bridge. And when they get across that, they're going to be confronted with the oldest continuously inhabited city on earth, with fortifications like no other, and genetically modified Canaanites, or possibly descendants of Cain. There, could be a connection there. Mm-hmm. Is Jericho the city that Cain built? I don't know. But they're up against it, man. Mm-hmm. The belly of hell. And everything about that situation is going to be designed to strike the gong of fear. And God is telling Joshua, the one thing you can't mess up, you cannot resonate with fear, which means you have to tune yourself to love. It means you have to know that for the love, what did David say when his brother confronted him, when David was in the middle of trying to reset the frequency that everybody was tuned to, the resonance in the camp of Israel, and his brother confronted him, and David said, "Is there not a cause?" Yeah. It was the love of the God and country. That's what drove David. Love is and of course, love is ultimately personified to us in the person and work of the Lord Jesus Christ. But if you are battling fear, you need to run back to love and understand that the antidote to fear is to love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, with all thy might, with all thy strength. Love thy neighbor as thyself, and understand that greater love hath no man than that he lay down his life for a friend. And God commended his love to us in this, that while we were yet sinners,
he died.
Christ died for us.
Yeah.
If you are feeling resonance with fear, as you are supposed to be setting the sole of your foot on the territory that God has promised to give you.
Come on.
If you are resonating with fear, you must not have tuned your awareness to the fact that Jesus Christ loved you so much that when your mother and your father might have had pause about whether or not to die for you, he died for you. You really think he's going to let you die on a Canaanite battlefield?
Come on.
So I think this is important because we've bumped into the first major frequency illusion here.
It's so
Only
cool
be
because
strong and very courageous.
it's going to be contrasted here shortly
Yeah.
in chapter 2. And not to give away the punchline before we get there, but
Soft sell it.
the Most High can use anything and everything that he wants to at his disposal. And while he is absolutely preparing Joshua to not resonate with fear, I love how he turns that around in a few short verses later.
To quote the other half of my host, with that being said, I'm going to say a line that I've never gotten to say before, nor did I think I would ever get to say it, least of all on this podcast.
Right.
Let's go to the whorehouse.
Let's go to the Then Joshua, this is chapter 2, verse 1. The son of Nun sent 2 men as spies secretly from Shittim, saying, "Go view the land, especially Jericho."
I just flashed to being a little kid and really getting a kick out of saying that out loud.
I know you did. So they went and entered the house of a prostitute whose name was Rahab and rested there. So let's just pause. Because again, we say names matter.
Why did God take the time to tell us what the hooker's name was? I mean, one very obvious thing is she's the progenitor of Jesus. She's going to show up in his
lineage.
Yes.
Yes, she is. It's such a startling turn of events, especially with the painstaking detail of Leviticus and the necessity of maintaining purity, of avoiding immorality, not putting yourself in a position. I mean, my goodness, even touching a dead body would make you unclean. But now you have 2 spies who were sent specifically to spy out the land, but with a very, very focused approach on Jericho. Right?
Yes.
It says they went and they entered the house of a prostitute. And they took rest there. Why were they so comfortable to sleep and find shelter with somebody of such low moral character, I guess you could say? It's funny because her name in the Hebrew, I believe it means wide open.
Yeah, roomy, wide open.
Which is funny all by itself.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my God, bro.
They find themselves there. But I see in verse 2, immediately, but it was told to the king of Jericho, saying, "Behold, men from the sons of Israel have come here tonight to spy out the land." Now, it's funny because I've heard it preached that it was a genius move because you have somebody who was used to having multiple men visit her threshing floor or threshold, doorway. And so it was probably easy for them to kind of slip in and out, right?
Yes.
Because they're just one of the regular Johns that you can always hide under, right?
Yes.
But they were still told that they were there. And the king of Jericho, he sends word to Rahab saying, "Bring out the men who have come to you, who have entered your house, for they have come to spy out all the land."
Speaking of this imagery of this broad place. So Rahab, broad, roomy. It can also mean boastful in the sense of making yourself big. But when David, in the day that the Lord delivered him out of the hand of all of his enemies and out of the hand of Saul, and he writes this psalm that shows up in Psalm 18 and I think 1 Samuel 22. He writes this psalm that he says you have to play it on an instrument of Gath. And one of those lines is, he sent from on high, he took me, he drew me out of many waters, he delivered me from my strong enemy, from those who hated me, for they were too mighty for me. They confronted me in the day of my calamity, but the Lord was my stay. He brought me forth also into a broad place. He rescued me because he delighted in me. The word he used there, merchab, it's very closely related. Rahab, merchab. This concept of the Lord in the middle of a battle that's too big for you, hiding you, bringing you into a broad place, a place where you have room to breathe, room to look around.
It's like he gets us out of tight spaces.
He does. It's
Which
literally like I was in a jam.
I was at a jam, and he brings me to wide open spaces where I'm able to hide in plain sight. But we're going to see here very shortly, she hides him, right?
I wonder if her being called Rahab was anything like us saying like she's for the streets. Like that's a wide open house. Like I wonder if that insinuation was there at all. I don't know, but
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, there has to be some significance in how her name kind of connects to being, like you're saying, like for the streets. But not only that, but we see that being tied to also with the chaos monster.
Yep, there it is.
And we don't have all the time to unpack all of the implications of
the
that.
Primordial chaos monster that dwells in the waters below.
Right. And Rahab was destroyed.
That's right. That's right. That's Psalm 89, I think.
And it's in Psalms, and it's also in Isaiah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's referenced a couple different times as far as like Rahab being utterly destroyed.
Which also, by the way, because we've pointed this stuff out before, also ties into the Hydra and the astronomical star, the Mazzaroth, the constellations.
Mm-hmm.
Psalm 89, 8 and 8 through 10. O Yehovah, God of hosts, who is like you, Almighty Yehovah? Your faithfulness also surrounds you. You rule the swelling of the sea. When its waves rise, you still them, foreshadowing Jesus walking out on the top of a stormy sea. You yourself crushed Rahab like one who is slain, Rahab. You scattered your enemies with your mighty arm. And not for nothing, he goes right into the heavens and the earth are yours, the world and all it contains, you founded them. Then he says this, and I'm just going to throw this Easter egg here and leave it. If anybody catches it, you catch it. The north and the south, you have created them. Tabor and Hermon shout for joy at your name. He's referencing the primordial chaos monster. Hermon is the scene of the crime when it comes to what we're dealing with here. Man, bro.
And I mean, in Isaiah, he even references that to Egypt. It says, Isaiah 30, verse 7, Egypt's help is completely worthless. Therefore, I call her Rahab, who just sits.
Ooh.
So understanding that is like, the Lord is taking something that we would find comfort in.
Yes.
That we would rush towards to find safety. And he's saying, I'm going to use it. I'm going to use the chaos. I'm going to use all of the dysfunction. I'm going to use all of the things that we would thumb our nose towards, the immoral things even. And I am going to harness it and be able to use it for my glory.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go so far as I'm going to redeem it.
I mean, that's what I'm seeing is an image. I'm not trying to make the text say this, but again, when we are given a name, there is a reason.
Yeah.
I'm seeing the idea of God in the middle of a storm coming on, saying to them, I'm going to hide you in the monster. Like,
Yes.
this chaos monster that thinks it rules the seas of your life, I'm going to use that very thing. You're going to tame it. You're going to domesticate it.
It has influence. Think about it. The king of Jericho goes to her.
Right.
So she's just not some regular whore. She is known. She has influence inside that city. You even see where her house is located. It's strategic, right?
Yep.
Right there on the wall.
On the wall. And not only this, bro, but just on a logistical level, it makes a lot of sense to me. You asked why were they comfortable there? I think because what is the basis, the foundational basis of that industry, which is commonly referred to as the oldest profession. The oldest profession. What is the foundational, the premise of everything that makes that a viable business model? Discretion.
Yes.
You don't ask questions about what goes on at Rahab's house. So I think it makes so much sense that the spies, having the intel they have, go up and come straight to the harlot's house. I think that makes perfect sense because that's the place where folks are least likely to ask questions about who comes and who goes, because ain't nobody trying to get anybody to start looking at their browser history. So nobody is likely, even though they did in this case, it makes sense from a logistical perspective that the spies would say, we know where that harlot is. Let's go up and we'll go to her house first because nobody's likely to ask too many questions about the comings and goings over there. So God will use the enemy's own shame.
Come on.
Or fear of discovery. But of course, obviously, there were questions asked, but that's because the situation is so high stakes. But it just makes sense to me that they went here.
Yes, sir. But the woman had taken the two men, talking about Rahab, verse 4, and hidden them. And she said, yes, the men came to me, but I did not know where they were from. It came about when it was time to shut the gate at dark that the men went out. I do not know where the men went. Pursue them quickly, for you will overtake them.
Misdirection.
Right? This is where it gets so good for me, though. Verse 6, but she had brought them up to the roof and hidden them in the stalks of flax, which she had laid in order on the roof. Majority of us would just read that as an innocuous detail.
Right, which nothing is.
No, it is so profound. When I read this, she brought them up to the roof.
Yeah.
So she took them to a high place. And she hid them underneath the stalks of flax.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't know what flax is, that is the plant that is used to process linen.
Yes, it is.
And if you did not know, linen is an integral piece, article of clothing in the garment that is used to clothe the priest.
The priestly garments.
It's used as burial garments.
Yep.
It's used in wedding ceremonies. Linen, I mean,
Swaddling clothes.
Yes. Linen is so peppered throughout Scripture as being something that is without mixture.
Yes.
Is whole. And what's also cool, and I've preached this before, linen is one of the only fabrics that gets stronger when it's wet.
When you brought that out earlier this year.
Like, isn't that like powerful to think that once it comes in contact with one of the elements,
Yeah.
it does not shrink, it does not get weaker, but actually gets stronger the more it's submerged, the more that it's washed, the more that it's used, which makes it so perfect because as the priest are dealing with blood,
Yes.
and their clothes are becoming drenched in it.
Yes.
It also helps breathe. It allows the wind to move through it. Like, there's such rich significance with linen. And so when I see here that Rahab hid the spies underneath flax, the stalks of flax, unprocessed garments of holiness.
He brought them to a broad place, hid them in a high place, under cover of the...
Unprocessed linen.
Yeah. So good, bro.
Like, that's amazing. And it also says that she had laid in order on the roof.
Yeah.
What people don't also realize, this is why the Word of God is so important. We see that and I'm trying to figure out where it was at, but I believe it was Nisan was when this event was taking place, and it was very much...
Yeah, it was directly after... Yeah.
Directly after what?
They did the Passover and all that.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to get at. And so it was directly tied to the fact that this was a dedicated feast day on the Lord's calendar that wasn't accidental. So now the Lord is bringing them in after the Passover celebration into the land that he promised.
Bonus rounds, we're in Nisan now as we record.
Exactly. But the stalks of flax, that's when they are harvested. And so the little detail that she had, she probably didn't even know what she had. But she had the harvested stalks of flax laying out on the roof to dry. That's a little detail that would show that, yes, this event is taking place when they said it was taking place, because according to the records of the ancient Near East, this was the crop cycle that they would follow.
The correct time.
The correct time. So you can kind of like cross off like, yeah, somebody just wrote this like haphazardly. It's like, no, they put levels of detail inside the text that line up to historical records as well.
Yep.
Most people wouldn't use that little detail as proof that the Bible is accurate. But this is another example of like saying, no, the writer of Joshua indicated that she hid them in the stalks of flax. When was that being harvested? Around this time. Okay, when did the crossing of the Jordan and them take over Jericho? Right after Passover. When was that dictated? Oh, in Nisan. When was that month happening? It all lines up and it fits the narrative specifically.
There's a woman in Israel. There's several that do this right now, but one of the preeminent women, Rivka, I can't think of her last name right now. I hate that. She's a believer in Jesus. That watches for the barley.
Not Biderman?
Biderman, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Rebecca Biderman.
Okay, I was like, Rivka.
Good job. Yeah. She goes by both.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
But she in my opinion, is one of the best voices because what we learned when we studied this from Abraham Ojeda, who has the Overcome Babylon channel. Mm-hmm. He likes the way she does it. And once I got to following several of the different ones that do look for the barley to know when to start the year, which is really originally, I think, at least there's a real good case to be made from the plain reading of the Bible that that's how the year was starting. She goes out and finds the wild barley. See, a lot of the like the Karaite Jews who do not. I really like their approach as far as amongst non-Messianic people because they really don't follow the Talmud or rabbinic Judaism. They really stick with Tanakh, Torah, and
text.
Yeah, but even they are using the modern barley, which ripens at a different pace, much quicker. And under different circumstances, much more, modern farming methods greatly impact it. And she looks for the wild barley and finds it. But she was saying people get overly obsessed with the barley and they forget about the other crops. And she named flax among them. That I think there's 7 of the crucial harvests, and she was just saying. It's not until you start tracking all of them in their natural rhythm in that environment that you start to see a really full picture emerge of just how minutely and intricately coordinated the story is in the Bible. That if you begin to understand those different harvests and the way they come in and the way that shows up in the text, it's constantly used as a mechanism in the Bible of keeping you up to date with the timing of how everything is playing out. So your point, that just underscores your point.
That's good. So the men pursued them, verse 7, on the road to the Jordan, to the crossing places. And as soon as those who were pursuing them had gone out, they shut the gate. Now when the spies lay down, she came up to them on the roof and said to the men, I know. Let me just stop there. She says to the men what? I know. That the Lord has given you the land.
Her knower was...
She didn't say I believe.
No.
I think.
No.
I know. And that the terror of you has fallen on us. And that all the inhabitants of the land have despaired because of you. Now, we just spent all this time talking about not resonating with fear.
Right.
For the children of Israel.
Right.
But best believe the Most High God is going to leverage fear, which is absolutely relevant to this type of warfare.
Yes.
Because if God can get the enemy to shake in their boots, they're not going to be focused on utilizing whatever skill set, technology they might have. He says, I'm going to take what you have used to strike fear in other nations around you, and I am going to use that against you. And I'm going to use my past exploits and the past ways that I have shown my mighty outstretched arm. And notice how it says, for we have heard how Yehovah dried up the water of the Red Sea before you when you came out of Egypt, and what you did to the two kings of the Amorites who were beyond the Jordan, to Sihon and Og, whom you utterly destroyed. Verse 11, when we heard these reports, our hearts melted, and no courage remained in anyone any longer because of you. For the Lord your God, he is God in heaven above and on earth below.
So just marinating in some of this a little bit, I want to clock the fact that Rahab here, let's give her flowers. What she just did is unbelievably courageous.
Yes.
Unbelievably courageous. Number one, she received these men from the camp of Israel. And that was the report that was brought to the king of Jericho. 2 men from the camp of Israel came up. You know he had eyes on that camp for all the reasons she's talking about. They'd been hanging out down there a while. And now 2 men, which it's funny, the very opening verse of Joshua 2, Joshua sent out of Shittim 2 men to spy secretly. Funny that Moses sent out 12. 2 brought back a good report. Joshua just cut the fat.
I'm just going to stick with 2.
the 2. Which is great.
That's all we need.
Yeah, which also is foreshadowing Jesus sending out the 72 2 by 2 into every city and place where he himself also would come. But when Rahab takes them in, that's courageous. When she hides them, that's even more courageous. When she lies to the king and misdirects the king and sends his men on a wild goose chase, that's even more courageous. But when she comes up onto that roof and gives that kind of quality counterintelligence, because that's what counterintelligence is. Counterintelligence is knowing what your enemy knows.
Come on.
And she is absolutely functioning here as a double agent. When she comes up to that roof and gives this valuable counterintelligence, everyone is terrified. They know what God did. They know what it means that you're here. They're terrified. Can you imagine the value, the militaristic value of that report? And she has not been promised amnesty.
No, not at that point.
And yet she decides in the middle of all of that not to resonate with fear, but to be bold, to be courageous. It's almost like she attached her fate to the winning side because she chose to resonate with the signal coming from that camp instead of what was going on all around her in the city. We think things like being a hooker are a big deal. And obviously, let's not, and I don't mean this in an ugly way, but as believers, let's not make our living that way. That being said, I don't think God sees the world the way we do. I do think he cares about that, but I think he just looks a lot deeper. And the core of her being, God knows what story was behind her being in the line of work she was in. And you know it wasn't an easy story. It never has been. People typically do not just land there.
Right.
Life puts them through a lot to put them in that position.
Little girls don't wake up
option.
and say, I want to grow up to be a hooker.
No.
Right.
And so this woman, the core of who she was, God saw it and knew who she was and how she was going to move. And
can I just pause you right there? Because I feel something on this point. There may be somebody listening and you may be used to the only value that you bring is your body.
Woo, this just took a turn.
You are so used to only being valuable or paid attention to when you offer one thing.
Yeah.
And you may be great at that one thing. And you may have even built a business model that was successful enough for the king to even know how to get in contact with you, right?
And I'm so sorry for whatever happened to you in your life and or your lineage that taught you that lesson.
Right.
That this is what you have to bring to the table. This is what you can monetize.
The Most High God has worked in her redemption story in so many layers. It was much more than just her family being redeemed and saved from bodily harm, but for her to understand and know, I'm going to send you 2 men who don't want nothing from you.
Yeah.
They don't want what you are used to giving out in exchange for something.
They actually want to sleep.
They
at your
actually
house.
just want to rest.
Yeah.
That's it. And find safety.
Yeah.
And so I'm just here to tell somebody that take a double look at your life and maybe what you have gotten used to providing in order for somebody to find rest. Maybe allow the Lord to reframe your narrative to understand and know that, no, you can operate from a different resonance.
Yes.
You can be tuned to a different frequency and allow yourself to be used by God to provide shelter. And I think it also works in reverse because those 2 spies were probably able to now understand and know, like, you know what? God, you can use anything,
Yes.
anybody,
Yes.
and you can pull down my biases. And I'm going to have to lay down my pride and my ego for a moment to accept help from somebody that I normally would disassociate myself for.
And bro, that's so good what you're bringing up, because there really are people who, it may not be formal, maybe you haven't monetized it, no doubt. Most people who use their body that way have probably found it handy that, folks will pick up some tabs and pay some bills. And, if you keep the good stuff coming, right?
Right.
But maybe you haven't really turned it into a full-blown business model. Maybe it's just been, you've always been the pit stop, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. You've always been the pit stop on somebody's way to finding their person. You've been where they get off to refuel. You're not where they're going, and that has taught you that's what you bring to the table. And yet, what we're saying here is Rahab wound up serving a literally militaristically invaluable role. She brought some of the most valuable intelligence to the table that they would ever receive. And not only that, God in his infinite wisdom had placed her in a position within that society,
Strategic.
with a particular relationship with the king, to be in the right place, in the right rooms at the right time, to hear the right things, to know what was up, to have her finger on the pulse. Yes, God can use all of it. And God saw something in her so profoundly valuable that he chose her to be the great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother of our Lord. And it is worth noting that what God saw in her ran so much deeper than the way she had presented herself in the world, that the Bible never bothers to make any kind of moral observation about her profession.
Not at all.
Just point of fact.
It's just a detail.
It's what she did.
Yeah.
Who she was, something totally different. That, do you feel, have you satisfied what you felt in your spirit there? Because that is the word of God to somebody. You are more then you have been conditioned to believe that you are, and it's not too late.
And if you allow yourself to be used by God, He's going to prove that to you.
Yeah.
He's going to show you that.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And damn the noise. Don't. Yeah, people will have opinions. Forget them. You know, I hope it's not us, but even if it was me on some bad day that I don't remember that made you feel some kind of way, that's not him that does that.
No.
But I want to point out also that fear and dread are also closely linked with the language of dominion. And just going back to Genesis briefly, verse or chapter 9, and God, verse 1, and God blessed Noah and his sons right as they came out of the ark, said unto them, he's reiterating a covenant, just be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea, and into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you. This is why what you fear and what you dread, God told Isaiah, do not say it is a conspiracy of everything that this people says. It is a conspiracy, but you shall fear the Lord. He alone shall be your fear and dread, and he shall become a sanctuary unto you.
Yes, sir.
So this fear and dread that Rahab is reporting and God is warning the Israelites against, and Rahab's reporting on the other side, this is because dominion has arrived.
Come on. That's so good. Now then.
Did you get verse 11?
I did. I can read it again, though.
Nah, it's just good. As soon as we had heard these things, our hearts did melt. Our frequency was shifted. Neither did there remain any more courage in any man because of you. For the Lord your God, he is God in heaven above and in earth beneath. So,
what a faith statement.
Right. The walls of Jericho and the genetically modified warriors thereof were a PsyOp, because God's PsyOp was so much better that... All right.
Now then, please swear to me by the Lord, since I've dealt kindly with you, that you also will deal kindly with my father's household and give me a pledge of truth. Spare my father and my mother and my brothers and my sisters and all who belong to them, and save our lives from death. So the men said to her, our life for yours if you do not tell this business of ours. And it shall come about when the Lord gives us the land that we will deal kindly and faithfully with you. That's these spies.
Yeah. I was just thinking about the level of audible they called on that.
Right? Because they had a level of autonomy.
Or they exercised it.
In that moment,
they
to
could have gotten
recognize
themselves in so much trouble.
Right. I mean, as we'll see later on in the book of Joshua, how that can absolutely get you in trouble.
Yeah, we're reading this knowing how it turned out. They took a big risk.
Yes.
I could see in a different timeline, neither Joshua nor the Lord having a great reaction to that.
Right.
But they were in alignment with the right signal.
Come on. And so that there was, when you are in alignment with the right signal, I believe that the Spirit of God can move through you. I believe the Spirit of God is what led them to her in the first place.
Yes.
Right? And allow you to quickly make a decision and a judgment call in that moment if you keep your side of the bargain, this is how we're going to honor our side. There was no, well, we got to check with Joshua and check with our people first before we give you that type of.
No, sir.
No, they said this is what's going to happen.
And not for nothing, Rahab became the redeemer of her entire bloodline. Her whole house, her whole family, her whole lineage was saved because of what she did. Hebrews 11.
Hall of Faith.
By faith, the walls of Jericho, verse 30, fell down. Little preview. After they were compassed about 7 days. Another little preview. By faith, the harlot Rahab perished not with them that believed not. That blows my mind. The writer of Hebrews does not say, perish not with the genetically modified freakazoids, does not say, perish not with the damnable, heathens of Jericho.
Come on.
Perish not with them that believed not.
Lack of faith.
That's the implication of that statement is that what caused Jericho to fall under judgment was the sin of unbelief. I think there's an argument to be made that is the only way you can be precluded from the mercy of God. Unbelief. That's the one.
That's
right
it.
There.
That's it.
Perish not with them that believed not when she had received the spies with peace, which calls back to when you come into the sending of the 72. When you come into any city or place where I will send you, don't look for a place to lodge. Don't try to find something to eat. Go with whoever receives you. Go to their house. And if they receive you with peace,
put your peace on that.
Put your peace on it. Stay there. If they take care of you and eat whatever they put before you. So much of this chapter is actually foreshadowing the sending of the 70.
Then she let them down by a rope through the window. Verse 15.
Or the King James, because we're talking frequency and resonance, let them down through a cord through the window.
I love it. For her house was on the city wall, so that she was living on the wall. So they escape down a cord.
Yeah.
Through a window.
Right.
That's attached to a wall.
If you want to know how you read your Bible without getting bored, just take it at this pace. Just do this.
Yeah.
Just rabbit trail every word, every phrase that grabs your attention. You know why? Because we do read over some of them today. A year from now, we'll read this same story and we won't read over some of the ones we're reading over today. Why? Because he is breaking the bread of life to us.
Right.
The way it crumbles on the day you're in it is the way he wants to feed it to you that day. That's what makes it the living bread.
Just the fact that her house was strategically placed. They didn't need to smuggle through the city. It was a matter of, I'm going to take you right out the nearest exit down towards safety.
Yeah. Yes.
And she said to them, go to the hill country so that the pursuers will not encounter you. And hide yourself there for 3 days until the pursuers return. Is that 3 days again? Then afterward, you may go on your way. So not only as she gave them vital intel on what the enemy is thinking and feeling and moving, she's already misdirected her people away from them. But now she's giving them strategic instructions on where to go after they escape.
Joshua tells the camp of Israel, gather provisions for 3 days, because in 3 days we're going over Jordan. Then Rahab tells the spies, stay here for 3 days, because that's how long it's going to take the king's men to pursue you, not find you, and come back. I mean,
that's not a coincidence.
On Easter week, this is good reading. On Passover season, this is good reading.
And the men said to her, we shall be exempt from this oath to you which you have made us swear, unless, when we come into the land, you tie this cord of scarlet thread in the window through which you let us down, and gather into your house your father, your mother, your brothers, and all your father's household. So he's saying, when we come back, and we coming back,
right?
I want you to tie this reminder. Let this cord be attached.
It's very reminiscent of blood on the doorpost.
Oh, yeah. I think that this is exactly what the reader's mind should be immediately drawn to as far as this scarlet thread.
Yeah.
As a visual reminder that this house is off limits.
Yes.
This house is covered.
You know, we're gonna touch something in a few chapters when the walls come down. I just want to plant the seed in people's mind. Be thinking about this. What we have been repeatedly notified by the text that Rahab lived in the wall. Isn't this whole story about how the walls of Jericho came tumbling down? So just let that seed linger in your mind.
Right.
And the spies are telling her, make dang sure this scarlet thread, this scarlet cord is hanging from your window down through the wall.
It needs to be visible.
My God.
It's interesting because at that point, everything that she had done had been in secret.
Yep. Ooh, I've never clocked that.
She was used to discretion.
On a day the enemy is marching on the city, being the only person hanging a scarlet cord from your window, not a great look.
No. But he says that you've stepped out on faith so far.
Yeah. Let's see if you can make a public profession when the chips are down.
Something that is integral for your salvation.
You got, ooh, my God.
You better make sure that the blood,
my God,
is visible.
My God, that scarlet cord, that symbol of the blood, that was Rahab's public profession of faith when the battle lines were drawn.
It's on the outside. It's on the outside, but the work that it's doing is for the inside.
Which leads you right into verse 19.
And it shall come about that anyone who goes out of the doors of your house, outside will have his blood on his own head, and we will be innocent. But anyone who is with you in the house, his blood will be on our head if a hand is laid on him.
So Israel is going to celebrate the Passover right on the plain of Jericho, right before they cross in. And the spies, man, I feel the spirit. The spies have just included Rahab,
a Gentile woman,
in the Passover. Because God said to Moses, make sure that the blood is visible on the doorposts of your house. It's good to have the lamb in the house. You have to. But the symbol The blood needs to be visible on the outside, and make sure that you neither go out nor come in.
That's right.
Anybody who crosses that threshold, their blood's on their own head.
You can't vacillate. It's not in 1 minute, out the next.
So the spies have just included Rahab in the Passover.
My goodness. But if you tell this business of ours, verse 20, then we shall be exempt from the oath which you made us swear. She then said, according to your word, so be it. So she sent them away, and they departed, and she tied the scarlet cord in the window.
Right then.
Immediate obedience.
Bruh.
Not delayed obedience, not, I got 3 days.
The set on this woman, excuse the expression. Oh my Lord. The level of
Urgency, yeah.
in her public profession to say, I'm not going to wait until the battle is joined. I'm going to go ahead and make my allegiance known right now. The level of risk she is running.
You're going at least 3 days before they even link up with their...
And you telling me that you don't have any thought in your mind that that same nosy king, hey, girl.
Why do you have a scarlet cord hanging out your window? Is this like the new... This is the it house? Like,
Been a lot of weird stuff happening at your house.
right.
Ooh, man.
So they departed and came to the hill country and remained there for 3 days until the pursuers returned. Now, the pursuers had searched for them all along the road, but had not found them.
Remember, this is the king's pursuers that are
Yes.
out looking for the spies.
Yes. Then the 2 men returned and came down from the hill country, and they crossed over and came to Joshua the son of Nun, and they reported to him all that had happened to them. And they said to Joshua, Yehovah has indeed handed over to us all the land. Furthermore, all the inhabitants of the land have despaired because of us. So I'm going to corroborate what the Lord has promised us. But let me go ahead and add as a quick bonus.
Yeah.
They're scared too.
We got some good intel. King James says, the inhabitants of the country do faint because of us. My God. And Joshua rose early in the morning, and they removed from Shittim and came to Jordan. What is Shittim?
I actually meant to look it up.
It's been bugging me.
Yeah, it's
Shittim. Yes, that's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
The plural of acacia trees.
Oh. Oh yeah, the Shittim wood.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Look up Shittim one day. Look up acacia wood. It's got some very interesting and unique properties. There's actually not for nothing. There's a psychedelic property to acacia wood. Did you know that? Yeah. When it's, I believe it's burned. I think it's DMT that it contains. Pretty strong source of it, but it's what the ark is made of.
Yes.
And okay, y'all, this is one of those things. I'm just throwing this out here. Remember, it's not that the kingdom of Lucifer has no knowledge. It's that they pervert knowledge. There is a Masonic teaching that acacia wood, when encased in gold, produces some very unique resonant qualities that have an impact in the quantum field. There's a whole rabbit hole of deep esoteric teaching about the way that those substances interact. I don't know, but it's just interesting that the lore gets that deep around this wood that God chose for his ark.
It's also, I'm just looking it up here because I knew it sounded familiar. It was a place of failure. Back in Numbers 25, where the children of Israel failed. And so I find it very interesting here that it's like, okay, let's do this again.
God will do that.
Yeah.
He'll take you back to the scene of the crime. Round 2. Let's get it right this time.
Yes, bro.
Joshua rose early in the morning, and they removed from Shittim and came to Jordan, he and all the children of Israel, and lodged there before they passed over. And it came to pass after 3 days, here we are again,
There we go,
that the officers went through the host, and they commanded the people, saying, when ye see the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God, and the priests and the Levites bearing it, then ye shall remove from your place and go after it. Yet there shall be a space between you and it, about 2,000 cubits by measure. Come not near unto it, that ye may know the way by which ye must go, for ye have not passed this way heretofore. God said, maintain a respectful distance, but follow the ark. And Joshua said unto the people, sanctify yourselves, for tomorrow Yehovah will do wonders among you. Sanctify yourselves, they would have taken baths. They would have probably, I would think, fasted, almost certainly. Sanctifying yourself is to set yourself apart. Set yourself apart from what? They would have been very careful not to touch dead things. They would have gone without having sex. What do all these things have in common? Because there's nothing wrong with eating. There's nothing wrong with marital bliss. There's nothing wrong with any of this. The issue is, what are you separating yourself from the flesh?
Yes.
You're denying things that tie you to your corporeal Adamic nature.
I mean, before you conquer the land, you're going to conquer your flesh.
Got to.
Yeah.
And Joshua spake unto the priests, saying, take up the ark of the covenant and pass over before the people. And they took up the ark of the covenant and went before the people. And Yehovah said unto Joshua, this day I will begin to magnify thee in the sight of all Israel, that they may know that as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee. And thou shalt come, as I was with Moses, so shall I be with thee. And thou shalt command the priests that bear the ark of the covenant, saying, when ye are come to the brink of the water of Jordan, ye shall stand still in Jordan.
Come on.
Again, remember, crossing, and we know from a few verses down, Jordan was at flood stage.
Yes.
Crossing a muddy, turbulent river that is well known for carrying huge amounts of sediment at all times. Jordan is ugly and brown because it's always carrying all this sediment.
Baggage.
Especially at flood time, yeah. Fording a river like that without a bridge, with all of your belongings, the ark, your children, your animals.
And Jordan flows down. So you got gravity working against you too.
This is not a hard task. this is an impossible task. It may not be the Red Sea, but it might as well be.
Right.
There is no, you're not going to bring whatever it is, 600,000, however many people, and their animals, their chickens, you're not going to bring them across that water. And yet, God says, when you get to the Jordan, put your feet in it.
Come on.
And stand still. And Joshua, and notice he doesn't tell him why. But no. Joshua running around going, everybody get ready, get ready, get ready. There's about to be a miracle. Why? Because God told him? I don't think so. It doesn't indicate God said that he was going to do that. It's just because they needed a miracle. So hear me. If you're in the will of God and you need a miracle, there's about to be a miracle.
Yeah. Yep.
Joshua said unto the children of Israel, come hither and hear the words of Jehovah your God. Joshua said, and I would think there's not many people left that don't know this, but I'm always surprised at who hasn't seen what information. So if it's throwing you that we're saying Jehovah when you have the Lord in all caps, that's a signal letting you know that the sacred name of God has been invoked, the tetragrammaton, the 4-letter name of God. We have been pronouncing it Yehovah amongst ourselves for a while. I think there's a real chance that may be the correct pronunciation. Nehemiah Gordon's done amazing work on that. If you're interested in that, you may say Jehovah, you may say Yahweh.
But you would be wrong.
Whatever you call him, call him.
Right. Please call him.
And the safest thing to do, the way to approach him, because we know that no man comes to the Father except through the Son, is to call on the name of Yeshua, to call on the name of Jesus. Don't let the sacred name people get in your head, man. You call him. He knows who you're reaching for. But anyway, that's why we're reading it that way. Joshua told them, come hither and hear the words of Jehovah your God. And Joshua said, hereby ye shall know, verse 10, that the living God is among you, and that he will without fail drive out. So, for us, that's just church speak. Hereby you shall know that the living God is among you, the living Elohim. But what we have to keep in mind is that these terrifying, giant, genetically modified peoples all answered to this pantheon of Elohim.
Yes, they do.
That are, formidable in their own right. Their idols are dead, but they themselves are not. Joshua is telling them how to know that not an Elohim, the living Elohim, the one, is in your camp. Hereby you shall know that the living God is among you, and that he will without fail drive out from before you the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Hivites and the Perizzites and the Girgashites and the Amorites and the Jebusites, the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Behold, the ark of the covenant of the Lord of all the earth passeth over before you into Jordan. Now therefore take you 12 men out of the tribes of Israel, out of every tribe a man. And it shall come to pass as soon. So the first way you're going to know that the living God is among you is that the ark is going ahead of you.
Yes, sir.
And then here's the sign. It shall come to pass as soon as the soles of the feet of the priests that bear the ark of Jehovah, the Lord of all the earth, shall rest in the waters of Jordan, that the waters of Jordan shall be cut off from the waters that come down from above, and they shall stand upon a heap. So cut off from the waters that come down from above is giving a very specific imagery telling us that the river is going to dry up upstream.
Yes.
It's going to stop feeding down to you.
In a place that you can't see.
Right. So here's your sign. You're not going to see it. God, here's how you're going to know. When they put their feet in the water, it's going to look like the water's flowing, but it's not.
Oh, don't get caught up in the perception of movement. You may think something has motion.
Yeah.
But just because what you perceive as having motion, it just hasn't caught up with that. It's been stopped.
Come on, man.
Let us not be fooled to think that we're flowing and that we're in motion.
Yeah.
And we have no type of understanding or recollection that something it's been stopped.
Because we're cut off from the source.
We're cut off from the source and we don't even know it yet. And just because we are standing or we're a part of a flow and gravity, because God's not going to necessarily circumvent his own laws when he doesn't have to.
No.
Gravity is still flowing downstream. God said, I'm going to let that law that I put in place remain in place. And you're going to think that you're flowing still and not know that you're cut off.
That's one of the devices that what we call the serpent, which might well better be rendered in the English, the shining one, the false light bringer in the garden. One of the devices that he used to fool them by playing on their sensory nature to deceive them was, oh, in the day that you eat it, you will not surely die. God said in the day that you will eat it, you will surely die. You won't. And he knew that it was going to feel like that was true. Because just because you got cut off from the source doesn't mean there's still not some energy moving. It's just that river of life that flowed down to us from the source of all creation had not ever been dammed up upstream.
Come on.
And this is what trauma is all about too. Living in trauma is taking the echo of a thing for being the thing. The familiarity of a feeling that triggers the experience of living in a moment that's dead and gone. Movement doesn't mean, motion. And it came to pass when the people removed from their tents to pass over Jordan. Do you know where I am right there? No, I'm in verse 14, but do you know where that put me? And it came to pass when the people removed from their tents to pass over Jordan.
I don't, but I'm ready for the ride.
The apostles said, it's not that we have a death wish. We're just really looking forward to removing this tent that we live in.
That's
so that we can receive an everlasting habitation.
Yes, come on.
From on high. Hear me tonight. Paul. If you are going to cross over Jordan into the promise, you're going to have to detach from the tent. You're going to have to lose your attachment to the flesh, and all of its desires and all of its fears, they had to remove from their tents to cross over Jordan, which is why they had to sanctify themselves.
Yes.
It came to pass when the people removed from their tents to pass over Jordan, and the priests bearing the ark of the covenant before the people.
And the priest got to be leading the way.
Have to, which in our case means, because you are a king and a priest unto God, the priest better be the lead dog when you're crossing over into what God has assigned you to in this life. The one that ministers to the presence of God within you has to be the lead. And as they that bear the ark were come unto Jordan, and the feet of the priests that bear the ark were dipped in the brim of the water, and here it is, for Jordan overfloweth all his banks all the time of the harvest. They basically saying they got there pretty quick because it was so overflowed. When the priests dipped their feet in the brim of the water, that the waters which came down from above, from upstream, stood and rose upon a heap, hear it, very far from the city of Adam that is beside Zaratan, and those that came down toward the sea of the plain, even the salt sea, failed and were cut off, and the people passed over right against Jericho. The waters were cut off very far, and they stood in a heap out of sight.
Come on.
The estimate is 17 to 20 kilometers upstream is where we think that was. From the city of Adam, which is beside Zaratan, which means their distress. So God, when the priest took the step of faith into the water, God stopped the flow of the water way upstream at the city where Adam is staring at his distress. And God said, I'm going to cut it off right here. He's not messing with them by cutting it off upstream. He has a prophetic purpose. He has to cut it off upstream.
Yes.
Because he's saying, hey, Adam, in your distress, guess what? I'm cutting off this flow that is against you. We're about to set some things right. We're about to unring some bells.
Yes. That's such a powerful revelation. Oh, my goodness.
This is how you read your Bible, folks. Why is it specifying far upstream? Why is it specifying the city of Adam? Why is it specifying that the city of Adam was near Zaratan? Just ask every stupid question you can think of. You have Google. You have apps.
Right. You got AI that can walk you through so much if you just ask some questions.
In fact, if I could say one thing that I think, other than telling people when you go to read the word, ask the Lord to give you eyes to see, ears to hear, and a heart to understand, to breathe on the word, make it come alive in you. Other than that, my biggest comment to anyone wanting to connect to the word is I'm going to tell you, you are not getting enough out of it because you are not asking enough of it. You are not asking enough questions. Just ask more questions. Just ask about everything. Everything that you would normally gloss over because you don't really, it's just noise. You don't understand why it's there. You know why it's just noise to you? Because you haven't learned to dial into that frequency. And the way you do that is just by calibrating, asking the questions. So everything you don't understand, ask what it is. And you won't understand everything all in one day. But just by looking for answers, you will begin to tune into the frequency.
You will. We're going to dive even further into this chapter and leading to the next one. Right before we do, we got to take a quick break.
But let me read the last verse.
All right.
So that we can be done with that. Is that okay?
Yeah, yeah.
And the priests that bear the ark of the covenant of the Lord stood firm on dry ground in the midst of Jordan, and all the Israelites passed over on dry ground until all the people were passed clean over Jordan. And with that said, I got to race like a pea horse, man.
We'll be right back. And we're back.
Feel much better.
I'm happy that you feel better, my brother. Nothing like trying to have a Bible study and be uncomfortable.
If I read one more time about the waters from above being cut off.
Oh, man, that's funny. So where we left off was the fact that the priests were standing on dry ground.
Yeah, and all the people.
But before the people got to experience the dry ground, the priest had to go before and experience the flowing water, which I'm sure, and we talked about this on the huddle, can you imagine being the priest and having to operate with this level of faith and obedience and have to force your mind not to think about, well, the other story when they crossed the Red Sea, it was dry ground from the jump.
While 20 kilometers of water washed over their toes. Not to go, last time, Moses just raised his little thingamajigger. Joshua. That was a little throwing you pastors who have a successor a bone, or a predecessor.
Oh, where is it at? Hold on.
Joshua, Moses used to just wave his staff.
Yes.
You got your whole staff in the water, Joshua.
Where is it at? I had just read this. I think it's maybe in a later chapter, but it said specifically that Joshua raised his javelin.
Mm-hmm. It is later.
Yeah. Moses raised the staff.
Yeah.
Joshua,
the shepherd of Israel versus
Joshua raised the spear.
The commander of the hosts.
Yep.
Different isn't less good. Different is different.
Mm-hmm.
Moses is dead, now therefore Joshua. Something that jumps out to me too is the priests that bear the Ark of the Covenant stood firm on dry ground. You could read that. How does it say it in your translation? Verse 17.
Verse 14?
17.
Oh, yeah. And the priests who carried the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord stood firm on dry ground.
Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. Stood firm on dry ground. Don't misread that as stood on firm dry ground.
Say that again. Come on. That's good. That's good.
Don't read that and think in your head, oh, the priest stood on firm dry ground. That's awesome. No.
That's not what it says.
The priests stood firm on dry ground. Where? In the midst of the Jordan. And all the Israelites passed over on dry ground until all the people were passed clean over Jordan. Okay, again, God is not wasteful with his word. It's a mistake to read something like that and think, man, back then they took a long time to say something, because you could think that you could just say the priests and the people passed over on dry ground. And you've just said what it could sound like this is saying. But if you slow down and let this tell you what it's saying, what it's telling you is not only did the priests have to stand firm in 17 to 20 kilometers worth of water washing over them before proof that what the Lord said had happened came, but, and remember, there is more than one miracle happening here, because for the ground to be dry enough, this is something. But not only did they stand in the water firm while it passed over them, but then once it passed over and was gone, they stood firm. The priests stood firm on dry ground in the middle of the river while the whole congregation passed over. So it's telling you the priests stood firm on dry ground while all the people passed over on dry ground until all the people were passed clean over Jordan. What does that mean? Again, how does yours say that last phrase, until all the people were passed?
While all Israel crossed on dry ground until all the nation had finished crossing the Jordan.
There it is. The King James, until all the people were passed clean, that's saying until they had all finished. Getting over a river is one thing. Getting clean over it is another. Yeah. Clean means you have cleared it. You've cleared the bank. You're out.
Yes.
So the priest stood firm until the last little straggler baby toddled up the bank and out of harm's way. They passed clean over before the priest took a step out of the middle of that river. In your priesthood anointing, as a priest of the living God, it is not just your responsibility to be first into trouble and stand firm until trouble, yields.
Yeah.
It's your job to stand and hold the ground.
Yes.
Until everybody else is not only through it, but out of the way of trouble. They stood firm on dry ground while all the people passed over until all the nation had passed clean over. Anyway.
Those little details make a tremendous difference.
And it came to pass when all the people were clean passed over Jordan, that Jehovah spake unto Joshua, saying, Take you 12 men out of the people, out of every tribe a man. And command ye them, saying, Take you hence out of the midst of Jordan, out of the place where the priest's feet stood firm, 12 stones, and ye shall carry them over with you, and leave them in the lodging place where ye shall lodge this night. Then Joshua called the 12 men whom he had prepared of the children of Israel, out of every tribe of man. That's interesting. He had 12 men waiting in the wings when the Lord told him to take 12 men, one out of every tribe. Joshua called the 12 men, not 12 men whom he prepared. He called the 12 men whom he had prepared. What does yours say?
Yeah, so Joshua called the 12 men. Just the ones that he had appointed from the sons of Israel, one man from each tribe.
He had appointed. Interesting that Joshua already has obedience organized ahead of the order. What do I know about God? I know the people are going to have to be sanctified. I know the priests are going to have to be ready. I know I'm going to need prepared leaders out of every tribe.
Yes. Yes.
Joshua's sitting with them the night before. Now listen, brother so-and-so, brother so-and-so, brother so-and-so, brother, whatever God tells us to do tomorrow, you're standing in for your whole tribe. You got to show up and represent. Do it right. Don't play around tonight. Keep your nose clean. Keep yourself together. Listen, man, 12. The human body has 7 main energy centers that the ancients knew about. In the Eastern traditions, they're often called chakras. I would argue that in the Bible, one way they are referred to, one way they are referred to, is the 7 churches. Again, remember, we're not saying there weren't 7 churches in Asia Minor. Yes, there were 7 churches in Turkey. We're saying what's true in the natural is also true in the spiritual. What's true in the external world is true in the internal world. One thing we've crossed over a few times, and I'm sure you've thought of calling it out, so have I, but in the midst of everything else we're talking about, we haven't called it out, is this phrase we've run into a few times tonight. He's Lord of the heavens and Lord of the earth. Mm-hmm. The way that, the wisdom traditions of the world have tended to encode that is stuff like as above, so below, as within, so without. Right. But that's a real thing. And so the way that the Eastern traditions teach about those 7 energy centers in the body is there's actually a lot more energy centers than that, but these are 7 very notable primary ones that follow the spinal column up. But if you ask, well, expand on that to the next level, what's the next number? 12 is the next number. If we're going to look at more of them. To have, as a believer, 12 men from every tribe ready to go. There's also 12 Mazaroth, 12 constellations that circle in the heavens, keep time on God's clock. Right. To have 12 ready out of every tribe is to have every part of you led by being prepared in advance to do the will of him that sent you. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And Joshua said unto them, pass over before the ark of Jehovah your God into the midst of Jordan, and take you up every man of you a stone upon his shoulder, according unto the number of the tribes of the children of Israel. I'm not sure here whether the ark is still in the middle of the Jordan. I think so.
I believe so, but I like how the NASB says cross again.
Cross again. I love it. Cross again. That this may be, so what if God brings you over and brings you out, you stand firm in your priesthood, and then God tells you go back real quick? This is what it looks like, being in alignment.
Well, I mean, if we're going to go to draw out, we're called to stand in our priesthood to make sure that the flow or the obstacle is stopped.
Right.
And we're remaining in our priesthood until the rest of our parts have crossed over.
Yep.
But then there is a piece of us still, 12, which we just covered very beautifully. Government.
Yes.
You need to now cross over again.
Yep.
And now take stones, these memorial, uncut stones, but stones that have been more than likely smooth.
100% they have been.
The current.
Yep.
Through what has been happening for how no.
The trouble that has washed over your world.
Yes. Go ahead and grab those 12 core memories.
Yes. Yes, core memories is the word.
Core memories, and bring them back over.
So I love the way you just laid that out. So standing in the water, the priesthood standing in the water, is you having the spirit in you. You are body, soul, and spirit. Mm-hmm. The priest standing in the midst of the water is you having the spirit out in the lead, operating in the unction, which means you have to have the soul in dominion, and you standing firm while the other parts cross over is about you letting the flesh catch up to what the spirit is doing. Mm-hmm. You letting the whole nation pass over is about you making sure your brothers and sisters are good too. Christian community, and you going back, taking the 12 prepared leaders, the fully prepared part of you to do the work that God has sent you to do, back to form these core memories. Why? For your progeny. This is about generations.
This is for your generations.
You're going to need to encode the memory of this. Epigenetics.
Yeah.
Because it's not just trauma that impacts epigenetics.
Oh, it's not.
It's also discipline and conquest. So good, bro. That was good. Take you up every man of you a stone upon his shoulder, according unto the tribes, the number of the tribes of the children of Israel, that this may be a sign among you, that when your children ask their fathers in time to come, saying, what mean ye by these stones?
Hold on. The detail. Why did Joshua specifically say, take the stone and put it on your shoulder?
Right.
Like, shoulder this.
Shoulder this burden.
Shoulder this burden. Not only this burden, but shoulder this memory.
Yes. Carry this, like.
But you're not just carrying it how we may want to carry it.
No, when you hoist something on your shoulder,
you're securing it, and it's probably you're using the rest of your body weight to support it.
Yeah, they had to lift with their legs, no doubt.
But I'm saying, even as you're walking out of the Jordan back up over the bank.
Yep.
You might be tempted. I'm just going to grab the stone.
Let it slide down.
I'm going to hold it in my hands.
Right.
And I believe the Lord was saying, you're 5. Remember again?
Yep.
You're not going to allow your emotions to hold these memories. No. I'm not going to let you even think about doing that. You may think that you're strong enough.
Right.
To hold
or
this stone.
Or that it would be easier.
Yeah, in your hand. He said, no. I want you to specifically, you pick out this stone and you hoist it, lift it even higher. I want it even with your head.
Which accentuates, even with your head, that's so good, which accentuates what you just said a minute ago, because if you're carrying it on your shoulder, what is supporting it? Your core.
Yes.
So.
Yes. I'm telling you, every single little detail matters. And if I'm just keeping it 100, I've never drawn out that until this moment right now.
No. I've seen glimpses of a lot of these things, but going through it line by line, verse by verse, and if you can, with another like-minded believer who also knows how to pan for gold. Oh, it just lifts it out in HD.
Yes. So go ahead.
So when they ask their fathers in time to come, saying, what mean ye by these stones? Why do we have these core memories that we brought with us? Then ye shall answer them, that the waters of Jordan were cut off before the ark of the covenant of Jehovah. When it passed over Jordan, the waters of Jordan were cut off, and these stones shall be for a memorial unto the children of Israel forever. There are, just like we carry trauma that informs the way we raise our offspring and the core beliefs we instill in them, there's a way to carry the memory of what God has brought you through, to carry the ark of the testimony. There's a way to instill that in your life that serves as really proof If God didn't do it, who did it?
Right.
So the fathers could point to those stones when the kids want to know what they're doing there and tell them, feel those stones. What do you notice? Well, they're pretty smooth. Yeah, they're not like the stones in our yard, right?
Come on.
You know how those stones got smooth?
Yeah.
They were at the bottom of that river right there when God brought us over. Really? Well, yeah. How else did they get smooth like that? God made the water stand up before the ark. Really? Yeah. How do you think we got them?
And you notice the text, it said that the water stood up like a heap.
Yes.
Usually that word heap, we attach it to a heap of stones.
Right.
But in that context, the writer identified the water standing up as a heap.
That's so good, bro.
I mean, we don't talk about heap of water.
No. When's the last time you talked about a heap of water?
Right.
Oh, my God. And the children of Israel did so as Joshua commanded and took up 12 stones out of the midst of Jordan, as the Lord spake unto Joshua, according to the number of the tribes of the children of Israel, and carried them over with them unto the place where they lodged, and laid them down there. And Joshua set up 12 stones in the midst of Jordan, in the place where the feet of the priests which bear the ark of the covenant stood, and they are there unto this day. Speaking of things that we haven't clocked, I don't know that I've clocked before. I've clocked most often the 12 stones in the Jordan that Joshua set up. But I don't know that I've clocked. They set up 12 stones where they camped, and then Joshua went back
and set up 12 stones in the Jordan.
Which makes me wonder, when God enables you to carry 12 core memories up out of the water.
Come on.
And remind you of the miracle he did past tense. Why not find 12 jagged stones where he took you and go start the process again? Must say, oh my God.
It's like the great exchange.
Thank you, Father, for the smooth stones of redemption. Would you work on these for sanctification?
Yes.
Would you work? Oh my God.
In the place where the feet of the priests who carried the Ark of the Covenant were standing, and they are there to this day. I'm going to take you to the exact location of the miracle. Where, notice, the feet, I'm going to take you to dominion. I'm going to take you to, and we see how Paul details the armor of God we put on. Let your feet be shod with the gospel of the preparation of peace.
Yes.
In the middle of the river raging, I'm going to take you to a place where I am going to put my peace on the priest.
My God. My God.
Some of us need to drag some of these memories that are jagged to the place where God can remind you that there's peace. There's still peace. It's available for you. And what's also so good, the Lord didn't even tell him to do that.
No, that was a Joshua thing.
It was a level of stepping out. It's like, you know what? Do this too, Lord.
Yeah. Yes. I think to me, that's what I'm getting from it. Joshua's like, well, that was awesome. Here's 12 more. How often do we just go, God did such a great work in my life. Praise God. And we forget to go, here, Lord, here's more of me. Here's some jagged memories that hurt to carry here. I'd say we're at a juncture.
My God.
Do we keep going? Because we were going to take them into Jericho. But this is what happens to us. This is why we're in love with the word the way we are. Because we were going to take them to Jericho, but I'm almost wondering if we should camp out. What do you think?
We got to take them to Jericho. But I don't want to lose where we ended up here.
Yeah.
Because again, I think we're going to do a lot more of this type of like line by line Bible studying, like literally real time drawing out. But I think this is a good place where it's like, okay, we've set up the narrative, understanding that we've transitioned very quickly into Joshua being in command. We've seen the power of God move through something that we would not have probably picked for our narrative through the house of a prostitute.
Yes.
Seen the redemption follow through as she is obedient. And now we're seeing Joshua do the same thing, sanctifying the children of Israel, bringing them up over their last big obstacle before they're faced with the next great test.
Yes.
And so, I mean, like, not to fast forward or skip over, you know, the text, because we definitely find value in it. We understand and we see chapter 4 with the memorial stones from the Jordan.
I'm not going to lie, bro. Chapter 5 is stupid rich.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it is... I mean, it starts up when the kings of the Amorites on the side of the Jordan westward and all the kings of the Canaanites. It's all the kings of the Amorites, all the kings of the Canaanites, which are by the sea, heard that the Lord had dried up the waters of the Jordan from before the children of Israel until they were passed over, that we were passed over, that their heart melted, neither was their spirit in them anymore because of the children of Israel. Then it moves on to let's get circumcised. Then it goes on to dealing with their children. Then they camp in Gilgal. Then the manna ceases. So, I mean...
We're going to come back for chapter 5.
We're going to have to.
We got to come back for chapter 5.
We're going to have to do mop up later again.
Yeah, right.
So 6?
We got to go to 6, yes. Now Jericho was tightly shut because of the sons of Israel.
Hey, man, by the way, any preacher worth their salt should be able to give you a whole message off of now Jericho.
Oh, yeah.
This is not then Jericho. This is now Jericho.
Now Jericho.
Straightly shut up.
Straightly.
You know how that reads in the Hebrew? Shut up and shut up.
Oh, yeah. So it's like a doubling.
Locked and barred.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. No one went out and no one came in. It's almost like the same way that Rahab was instructed. You make sure your family is locked up inside your home, attached to the wall.
Yep.
Don't let anybody leave.
The one of the first works of the Holy Spirit when leading us into the promise that we have in God, the promises of God in Christ, is confinement of the enemy.
I love the way you put that, yes.
Through the mechanism, by the way, of fear and dread. Some of you are right there. You so focused on when are the walls going to fall, you forgot. Ain't nobody been coming out or going in. Here's your sign. You wonder if God's forgotten you? Then how come the enemy is couch bound.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Remember when he used to run all over your life? Haven't seen that in a little while, have you?
It's amazing that the boundary that the enemy put up, God used them to be a prison. But Jehovah said to Joshua, see, I have handed Jericho over to you.
Okay, here's where I get a little mad at the modern translations. King James says, see, I have given into thine hand Jericho. They mean the same thing, but the image is a little more clear to me. It's not just God handing Jericho to Joshua. Back a minute ago, we said you don't carry the core memory in your hands. You carry it with your core on your shoulder. But here, God is saying, I put the enemy in your hand. This emotional nature that has now been brought into, it has been tuned and smooth like the waters over David's stones.
Come on, yes.
This emotional nature that the Spirit of the living God and the way he uses opposition in our lives, flowing over it, has smoothed into precision and brought into alignment with resonance with the kingdom of heaven. I've put your enemy in that hand. I'm actually going to use that nature now,
yes,
to possess the camp of the enemy. Pardon me. All right.
I put it in your hands with its king and the valiant warriors. So they weren't no slouches. But there was a level, like you said, fear and dread had overcome them.
Some folks get upset when God gives them a promise, and then here comes, the enemy's top enforcers and valiant soldiers. Like, man, why God always giving me trouble? Because he didn't just give you the city. He gave you the king, and he gave you the warriors too.
Come on.
He's trying to give you something.
Yeah. You settle it just for the walls to come down.
I mean, God is a little bit like IKEA. He's going to give you the whole thing, but you're going to deal with all the pieces.
Yes.
Sorry, God, I did not mean to say that way. You're not like IKEA at all. IKEA is a tiny bit like you.
Right. No, I love it, though. I'll never look at IKEA the same.
And IKEA has almost caused more divorce proceedings in my
IKEA
home.
will frustrate you. Oh, man. And you shall march around the city, all the men of war circling the city once. You shall do so for 6 days.
Again, good language means the same thing. King James says you shall compass the city. That word compass. But the circling is not for nothing.
No.
That book by Mark Batterson.
Oh, The
people
Circle
think
Maker?
What they make, yeah.
One of my favorite books.
It's a good book. When God has given you something into your hand, when you know that it is the will of God to deliver it into your hand, draw that circle, compass it.
Circling the city once, you shall do so for 6 days. So he says, for 6 days, circle it once.
So right away, we're seeing allegorical connections. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work. In 6 days created God the heavens and the earth, the sea and all that is in them. But also, 6 is the number that points to the nature of a man, to the nature of a human being. So God is going to, and this is the first of a series of clues about how, at the very least, there's theories thrown around about whether or not Jericho, I mean, I think we know that, like the fact that we're talking about Jericho on this episode, I think our audience probably knows that we're pointing at there have been discussions had, very speculative discussions, about whether any kind of frequency weapon may have been in play here in the hand of God. But leaving aside that speculation, which we'll no doubt have fun with in the next few minutes, leaving that aside, let's just look at the metaphor. Leaving aside whether or not there was a literal frequency weapon. This is where the metaphor, the allegory, becomes impossible to ignore for me. Because God is telling them, I've put the enemy's fortified city into your hand, your emotional nature. Now I want you to compass it once a day for 6 days, meaning your entire nature. Once for every part of you. 6 is the nature of man. Once for every part of you.
It's a recreation.
We are walking through the creation narrative here. Yeah.
It's recreation.
God is bringing order out of chaos.
That's my point.
And the chaos monster.
Yet again, he's bringing order out of, because we know in the narrative of the creation, it starts in chaos, and God brings order from the chaos, the same way that the day starts when it's dark.
Yep.
That's the order that the Lord makes very clear to his people.
Yes.
And so going back to Rahab and what her name means.
Yep. You can't ignore it.
You can't. Also, 7 priests.
What?
Also.
Go ahead.
7 priests. Yeah.
It's just crazy, isn't it?
And the doubling here is just amazing.
7 priests.
7 priests shall carry 7 trumpets of ram's horns in front of the ark. Then on the 7th day, you shall march around the city 7 times, and the priest shall blow the trumpets.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Stop the world. I have to get off for a minute. Go ahead, you first.
Well, I'm gonna let you dive into the all the different 7s. But what I want to touch on real quick is the fact that they're carrying the ram's horn.
Right.
I got to kind of looking at and studying like the ram's horn, because I
Yes.
was like, this is our modern English says like trumpet, right?
Yes.
But this is like, our mind shouldn't go to like how we look at trumpets, whatever.
Right.
This is a device from nature.
Yes.
From the head of an animal that should take your mindset back to the binding of Isaac.
Yes.
And how right before Abraham's flint knife pierced his skin,
Yes.
he's stopped by the angel of the Lord and says, don't harm the son.
Yes.
Look at the ram in the bush, the thicket.
Caught by its horn.
Caught by its horns. And so they take this horn from this animal that is kosher. It's a clean animal. Notice it's forbidden for them to use a bull's horn.
Right.
Because this is going to harken back to the golden calf. And
Right.
we're not
trying to
we're not mixing that.
Right.
We're using the ram's horn.
Yes.
And they hollow it out. And I read that they soak it in warm water first so it gets soft.
Yes.
And then they hollow out the cartilage inside. And then they allow it to sit and dry. And they don't really use a lot of like tools on it. They keep it in its natural state in whatever spiral, whatever, typically, unless they have to form it. But notice the sound that is created from this hollowed out horn is from the most narrow entrance.
Yes.
And so we would think like you would start with like the biggest entrance.
Yep.
But air or breath,
it's the constraint.
yes, starts in the most narrow entrance to create a sound.
In fact, the rest of the horn is just there to amplify the resonance.
That's it.
I took trumpet lessons for years. One of the things my teacher made me do, he was a mailman. My first teacher was a mailman, and he had a walking route. And so for years, he just carried a mouthpiece in his pocket. And every time he had a little ways to walk before the next box, he'd take out that mouthpiece and practice his embouchure, because
I was getting ready to say it requires a certain way that you have to fix your mouth.
yeah, in fact, exactly. If you ever look closely, and don't creep them out, but look closely at an experienced horn player, their lips are kind of odd. They'll have a lot of ridges and lines, and they tend to always move in a particular way. This is because they have built so much muscle memory, embouchure they call it, in their lips, that their lips are always wanting to go to this position of constraint.
Yes.
So everything that you can do on a trumpet or a bugle, you can do on the mouthpiece. It's just the horn, the valves provide, on a modern instrument, provide ease. It's like a cheat code. You can get to the notes with good enough embouchure, but the valves make it a lot easier and you get more range. But the main purpose of the horn is just to amplify the resonance.
Yes, sir.
So, but notice there's so much here that I'm stuttering, and you are too, because it's like so rich.
Yes.
But also, for a ram's horn to produce this very unique resonant character that comes.
Ooh, boy, slow down.
Right?
Yes. It's a sound that is discordant.
It is. It's not particularly pleasing.
It's not, and it's intentional.
Yes.
Because it's supposed to garner your attention.
It's an ancient siren.
It's an ancient siren. It's an alarm clock.
An alarm.
It's a wake-up call.
Yes.
It's supposed to snap whatever frequency you have been resonating
Come on,
in.
somebody.
It's supposed to snap you out of it.
War mode instantly.
Yes.
Alert.
It's bringing you immediately to that place of alertness for you to be able to be on go.
Why do I have Eminem in my head right now? Snap back to reality.
Right. You know what I mean? That's exactly right, though.
Yep.
But how we talked about last time with the 444 hertz.
Yes.
The healing frequency and how like our cells
Which we
can
never
restore.
closed the loop to say, some think, including Dr. Sanger, that may have to do with the secret chord that David played.
Right.
Anyway, go ahead.
Right. The shofar is not that.
No.
I think people need to understand that, like, whatever type of harmonic chord that was played that would bring a level of harmony and healing to the cell structure and whatnot.
Yes.
The shofar was not that.
No.
The sound that it is making is not, it would clash with that sound on purpose.
Yep. I'm just going to that app that we've been using. So at the top, you have rescue, immediate stress relief. That's also where that cellular repair stuff happens. Then all the deepest sleep stuff, deep restorative sleep, all that, stress relief.
Like focus.
Power nap, the ultimate power nap. But then you get down into ignite, peak mental state, and mistake-free performance. That's gamma. Priming, prime your mind for inspiration and intention. Focus, clarity, concentration, comprehension. But that ignite is kind of like what that ram's horn is supposed to yank you into high alertness, focus, aware, the sounding of the trumpet. And in order for that very unique resonant quality to be produced, somebody's flesh has to die. That horn does not come from nowhere.
Come on.
And yet, the purpose for which it was created is brought to bear, even after the flesh is dead, when the breath enters it. You said we weren't supposed to use cattle horns. Well, in that, in the system of the Mazzaroth, in that astrological age, it was the age of the bull. Mm-hmm. Egypt was worshiping cattle. Mm-hmm. The Canaanites were worshiping cattle. Yes. Baal was the bull-headed, and especially Baal's henchman. What's his name? Molech. Mm-hmm. These are bull-headed characters. And yet the age after that was the age of the ram. Mm-hmm. And as that age sets, so when a constellation, the way God's clock moves through the heavens, is that when a constellation sets, meaning the hour, the age is changing. Like the Bible talks about, the hour has come. Yes. The end of the age is upon us. Yes. When that clock is changing, the constellation that has represented that hour slides into a position where it is lost into the sun. Because the astrological age that you're in is the first constellation that is visible above the rising sun. So as the clock slides, what happens is that a constellation slips so low to the horizon that the rising sun obscures it. And so now you have to look to the next constellation. So in the age of the bull, Taurus was the first constellation you could see above the first rays of the rising sun. And the rising sun would not obscure the bull. But as it slid into the age of the ram, the bull slid into the sun. And in the ancient world, in their mind, the bull became a burnt offering to their god, the sun, to the false god of this world. Which is why the temple is the only ancient temple set up where as you approach the Holy of Holies, you have your back to the sun. It's the same design as all the Canaanite temples, except that you enter at the east and move to the west so that your back remains toward the false god of this world. Whereas the ancients
Come on, he's helping somebody right now,
who were seeking knowledge and enlightenment, same pattern. They entered the outer court, laid aside activity, moved into the inner court, laid aside thought, found themselves in the holy place where it was safe because there was just an idol there. But they were moving toward the east, toward the rising sun, and all our cathedrals are built that way so that you are moving toward the rising sun because the false god of this world is the false light bringer, the shining one from the garden, the sun. So God says, yeah, that's the right way to come in. It's just not the right orientation. So when you're tuning your frequency, have your back to that false light. Not that the light itself is false, but that thinking that that is the source of light is false. God said, let there be light. And everyone else worshiped the light. And so as those constellations would slip down so low to the horizon that the rising sun would obscure them, the ancients would look to the next constellation that they could see above that and know that the astrological age had turned, the time clock had shifted. So shortly after this story is written, Taurus, the bull, began to slide into the sun as a burnt offering to the false god in the minds of the pagans. And then the next one that was visible was the ram. When God showed Abraham on the top of that mountain in the age of Taurus, in the age of the bull, salvation comes in the form of a ram caught by its horn in the thickets. He is prophesying to Abraham that when it comes time for the ram to die, so it's going to be a while because the Taurus hasn't died yet. But when it comes time for the ram to be sacrificed, which you know that it is because he's caught by his horn in the thicket, then, which the horn is the symbol of power, and it's also the thing that is used to carry the oil of anointing.
Yes, it is.
And so when the anointing and the power, the right hand of God, becomes entangled in the bramble, the thicket of human existence, at the end of the next age, Abraham, this age has to slip away and die. Then the next age has to come and get all the way to the end. As that ram constellation slid down into the sun, the Lamb of God was slain to take away the sins of the world and become the burnt offering for all time. And the age that rose above the horizon was Pisces, the fish. Follow me, and I will make you fishers of men. He came and called fishers and said, I'm going to repurpose you. So I'm trying to just give people a glimpse that this is really serious, and there's a reason why, after you have come past the city 6 times, once on each day, you need to know that you're doing that following behind 7 priests who carry 7 ram's horns before the Lord while carrying the ark. So then go to Revelation and note that when he was in the Spirit on the Lord's day and he heard a voice like a trumpet behind him.
Yeah.
Being turned, I saw one who spoke out of the midst of the 7-branched candlestick, and all the imagery is fire but hair like lamb's wool. And then that one says to him, hey, I want you to write 7 letters to the 7 messengers of the 7 churches.
Yes.
And tell them about the 7 bowls that must be poured out and the 7 trumpets that must be blown, so that the 12,000 from each of the 12 tribes may be prepared.
Right.
So that the city, the false city of the system of this world may fall and be burned with fire. So that the new Jerusalem, the city that has been prepared, may come down from on high. God is telling us that we have to encircle this human nature with a 7-fold unction of the priesthood and get the breath of God flowing through all 7 of the energy centers of the human being, all 7 components of the church of the living God. And let those bowls and those trumpets blast forth the 7-fold edict of the King of Heaven, so that all of the 12 may be prepared to come into and possess the city. It's the same story again and again and again and again.
I love the way you broke that down. You know what came to mind, too, as well as you were talking about the ram's horn? correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the ram's only weapon.
What I mean,
And defense.
yes, sir.
It's what the ram uses
To ram.
to literally ram, to fight,
To lock horns.
to lock horns. And so it's so symbolic that the Most High would take the one mechanism.
Yeah.
I'm going to strip you of its defenses
Yeah.
and your offensive weapon. And I'm going to use it. I'm going to repurpose it and put it in the hands of priests who are going to walk before the presence.
Yes.
And there's not a military commander who would ever put the band at the front of the
Right.
charge while the rest of the army marches behind it. And we'll get down to verse number 11, I believe, where it details what Joshua made it clear. Verse 10, actually. But Joshua commanded the people, saying, You shall not shout, nor let your voice be heard, nor let a word proceed from your mouth, until the day I tell you, shout. Then you shall shout.
What? Why?
There's a number of reasons, but what immediately comes to mind is I'm not going to allow your mouth to get you
There
into
it is.
trouble again. Because you've seen the narrative and the pattern
Yep.
consistently. Since we left Egypt, your mouth has, y'all complained at Meribah, you complained for the quail, you complained when you got the manna, you complained when you you needed water again, you complained when we went towards the right at the precipice of entering into the promised land. Your mouth consistently has got you in trouble.
Yep.
But now, going back to the Amisher,
Yep.
I am going to put the priest, who should be leading the charge, who have now had the skill set and the discipline to form their mouths in a way that can produce a sound that's acceptable.
Yep.
You're not going to, and the rest of you who have not been disciplined, because I don't know about you, it's very difficult to blow a shofar
Right.
and create a sound out of
Right.
it. If you have not practiced, if you have not disciplined your lips to be able to form around it, to surround it in a way that when you blow the breath, a sound is produced.
Right.
So he says, I'm going to put the ones that have done the work,
In
the ones
lead.
who have done what I've called them to do,
Yep.
who've been obedient,
Yep.
in
Set
private.
themselves apart. Stood firm on dry ground.
right? Been obedient in private. I'm going to
Carried the
use them.
presence.
Carrying the presence. Well, these weren't. They weren't even carrying the presence. The 7 priests went before the ones
They
carrying the
went
ark.
before him. That's so good, bro.
They don't even get a chance to carry the presence. They have to still form their mouths in a way to create a sound.
And the injunction against speaking or shouting or making any sound. Yeah, the power of death and life are bound up in the tongue. You don't speak until you have thoroughly encompassed the flesh
Yes.
with the spirit in the lead.
It's the violence of silence.
The sevenfold spirit of God. The violence of silence. That's
It's the
so good.
violence of silence.
Wisdom, knowledge, understanding, the spirit of the Lord, the fear of the Lord, counsel, might, and judgment. Isaiah. The 7-branch candlestick, the sevenfold spirit of God. You have a priest within you for every one of those attributes.
Yes.
That has to learn how to let the wind blow on that instrument of dead flesh. And
Oh, gosh.
some of you are going in circles in your life since you have given yourself over to complete obedience, unquestioning obedience to the will of God. You've told your family, your friends, your loved ones, God made me a promise. God told me he's going to give me dominion over this flesh. I'm going to walk in what he sent me to this planet to do. And ever since then, you've been walking in circles. And when people want to know why, it's very simple. I'm circling my flesh. I'm not done. I have not finished compassing the flesh. I'm walking it out.
And it's a matter of redeeming the same actions that they took throughout the wilderness journey.
Yes.
They literally walked in circles.
Yes.
For years.
Grumbled, lifted their voice, and murmured.
He said, but this time, we're going to try this again. We're going to walk in circles. And you're going to be quiet.
Verse 12, and Joshua rose early in the morning, and the priests took up the ark of the Lord. And 7 priests, bearing 7 trumpets of ram's horns before the ark of Jehovah, went on continually and blew with the trumpets. And the armed men went before them, but the rearward came after the ark of the Lord, the priests going on and blowing with the trumpets. And the second day they compassed the city once and returned into the camp. So they did 6 days. Again, mirroring Genesis narrative there. And it came to pass on the 7th day that they rose early about the dawning of the day and compassed the city after the same manner 7 times. Only on that day they compassed the city 7 times. This goes back to the episode where we talked about the difference in how we view rest and how God views rest. And you brought forth the very, very relevant, this kind of the episode where we really jumped off, pardon my toes, y'all, if you can see them peeking up there, where we jumped off into really talking about a certain amount of cosmic geography and the garden, which is the field, which is the temple, which is the mountain, which is, all these analogies in the word, because we talked about how rest in that biblical sense is to dwell, to inhabit.
Yes.
The 7th day is mirroring the creation account. On the day of rest, they don't have to circle the city once. They have to circle it 7 times.
Yes.
They don't get to walk in silence. They have to shout when the priests blow their trumpet after they compass it 7 times in silence. So, or on the 7th time, verse 16, it came to pass at the 7th time. So, when the priest blew with the trumpets, Joshua said unto the people, shout, for Jehovah hath given you the city. What are they doing? They're coming to dwell.
Yes.
Sometimes it's a lot more work to enter his rest. Only on that day did they compass the city 7 times in one day. Hebrews 4, labor to enter that rest. The rest that your soul is truly seeking is not cessation of labor. It's habitation. It's dwelling in what God has given you. And so on this day, they passed it 7 times. What were you thinking?
I just thought about them passing around the city and them seeing that scarlet thread.
Here it is.
Hanging out the window.
Every time they go by it.
As a reminder. But even so, we talked about the risk that she took. Going back to chapter 6, verse 1. Now Jericho was tightly shut because the sons of Israel, no one went out or no one came in.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about just now.
They couldn't even see, the enemy couldn't even see what was hanging right outside the window.
Rahab was right to make her declaration of faith without delay.
Right.
But God was faithful to weaponize fear and dread to keep the king couch bound.
Right.
Nobody saw it.
That's so good.
My God. And the city shall be accursed. Joshua's still talking. Verse 17. Even it and all that are therein to the Lord. Accursed is holy, actually, set apart. It's accursed in the sense that it belongs to God.
Designated for destruction.
Designated for destruction.
An offering to God.
Only Rahab the harlot shall live, she and all that are with her in the house, because she hid the messengers that we sent. And ye in any wise keep yourselves from the accursed thing, lest ye make yourselves accursed. When ye take of the accursed thing and make the camp of Israel accursed and trouble it, when God says, let it burn, let it burn. When God says, don't touch it, it doesn't mean unless it's shiny. It doesn't mean unless the robe is fine from Babylon.
Nope.
But all the silver and gold and vessels of brass and iron are consecrated unto the Lord. That's a whole thing. They shall come into the treasury of Jehovah. So the people shouted when the priests blew with the trumpets, and it came to pass when the people heard the sound of the trumpet, and the people shouted when the people heard the sound of the trumpet. We have set the frequency in order. Resonance is in effect. The clocks are swinging in alignment.
Come on.
When the people heard the sound of the trumpet, and the people shouted with a great shout. Again, let's read it from the top. We're not reading. It's not saying when. So it came to pass that, when the where was I? Okay, verse 20. So the people shouted when the priests blew with the trumpets, and it came to pass when the people heard the sound of the trumpet. That's not when the walls fell. And the people shouted with a great shout. That matters. And it came to pass when the people heard the sound of the trumpet, and the comma there in my translation wants to mess you up. Mm-hmm. It came to pass when the people heard the sound of the trumpet, and the people shouted with a great shout, that the wall fell down flat, so that the people went up into the city, every man straight before him, and they took the city. I know we're going to come right back to that, and they utterly destroyed all that was in the city, both man and woman, young and old, and ox and sheep and ass with the edge of the sword. But Joshua had said unto the two men that had spied out the country, go into the harlot's house and bring out thence the woman and all that she has, as ye swear unto her. And the young men that were spies went in and brought out Rahab and her father and her mother and her brother and all that she had, and they brought her out. They brought out all her kindred and left them without the camp of Israel. So they took them outside into safety before they burnt the city with fire. But I want to make sure we discuss that little scene right there to close the loop before we quit. But what about when they heard the sound, the resonance in them picked it up and amplified it. They shouted with a great shout, but then the walls fell down flat.
It's like the walls built a ramp.
So the archaeological evidence in Jericho is crazy. Mm-hmm. There's been a lot of efforts to obscure it by messing with timelines by about 150 years. No, it couldn't be because... Right. Okay, but it's kind of weird that in this one city in the ancient world, when there's no other like this, even if you're going to try to claim that it's off by a few years, which it clearly can't be, odd coinkydink, this is one place where they find massive walls deep underground in the Bronze Age era, squarely in the Bronze Age era, flat on the ground like pavement, rather than crumbled like they find in every other city that has been overtaken by an army with battering rams. And we don't know. At least the metaphor is abundantly clear. But there have been those that have wondered, was God doing something to those walls when he conditioned them for 6 days? with the sound of the trumpet. And then on the seventh day, the sound of the trumpet combined with the great shout of hundreds of thousands of people.
Footsteps too.
Their footsteps.
Yeah.
Could God have been putting micro fractures in just the right? I mean, okay, it's conjecture. Okay, it's speculation. The metaphor, 100%, this is a metaphor about being in the right frequency and resonating the right thing.
Right.
But it feels a little like, could we be looking at a sonic weapon here?
Yeah. Could be. I mean, it's a weapon of covenant. It's a weapon where often sonic weapons, and this is where I think you have to draw the distinction. Often the sonic weapons that we see in modern warfare are weapons of mass confusion.
Right.
It's meant to orient and confuse, and to have things just be out of whack.
Yeah, like there's one the U.S. military uses that causes you to get that effect when you're trying to talk on the phone and you keep hearing your voice, but like a microsecond off or a second off or whatever, and it almost makes it impossible to talk. We have some kind of weapon like that we use that doesn't exactly jam the frequencies. It just greatly complicates communication.
But with this situation with Jericho, if it's a sonic type of weapon, it was throwing the city into a place of confusion, but the walls,
surgical precision,
there is going to be a response.
Well, it just reminds me of the shattered glass, the opera singer in the shattered glass. At the very least, it's painting that picture for the metaphor, for us to understand how God moves. But the thing that trips me out is what is never said, but heavily implied. Rahab still had a house for them to go into.
She did.
Her house was built into that wall. And yet when the city fell flat, the walls of the city fell flat, like you said, basically creating a siege ramp for them to run up.
It's like she was in a Migdal.
See that house? Exactly.
She's in the strong tower. She's in the keep.
Yeah.
The castle keep.
It's just too rich, man.
Yeah, it's the place of rescue. It's the panic room.
Oh man.
of the most fortified structure. It's the fail safe.
The Migdalos is the strong tower, the name of the Lord. The name of Yehovah is a Migdalos. It's like you said, the castle keep. God preserved not just Rahab and her house metaphorically as in her genealogy. He used her house, her physical house, to preserve them. That when all the rest of the wall fell down flat, Rahab's house stood.
And don't forget what she had drying on the roof. The stalks of flax.
It's almost like whoever hears these words of mine and does them is like one who builds their house upon the rock. The rains came, the storm, the winds blew, and the house stood strong.
Yes.
I think we're at a great spot because the next time when we come back to it, we can mop up some of the lead up, kind of drink from the saucer a little bit. Maybe we can even just do it as a little segment, even if we don't want to spend a whole, but then we can learn the final lesson of of Jericho if we want to, because they did round the bend into a little bit of trouble in the middle of all of this.
Yeah. It said that Rahab the prostitute, verse 25, and her father's household and all she had, Joshua spared, and she has lived in the midst of Israel to this day, because she hid the messengers whom Joshua sent to spy out Jericho. When you protect the message, and when you protect the messengers, there is a reward. There's everlasting life. And I think we're reminded here that God keeps his promises.
Yes.
He's a covenant-keeping God.
Yeah.
And if we would learn to trust him, to obey, and then to speak with certainty and without fear and doubt, there is a consequence that is quite lovely.
Yep.
It's rewarding. It's safe. And there's nothing that she did to earn it. She was obedient.
She was obedient.
But.
And bold.
And bold, yeah.
And Joshua adjured them at that time, saying, Cursed be the man before Jehovah that riseth up and buildeth this city Jericho. He shall lay the foundation thereof, in his firstborn and in his youngest son shall he set up the gates of it. So Jehovah was with Joshua, and his fame was noised throughout all the country. So that's just a final warning. Don't rebuild what God has torn down.
Has marked for destruction.
What has been dedicated to destruction is never to be recreated.
Nope.
It was, but it wasn't supposed to be.
Yeah.
There was consequences to it. And that we hurt ourselves a lot when we rebuild things that God already destroyed in our lives and told us, that one's mine. You don't get to live there anymore.
My favorite Bible study we've done yet. I thought Tower of Babel was good. This one right here.
This was a good one.
Yeah.
Good time. Whew, long time. Good time and a long time.
I think it was worth it. I think people are going to have to watch this slowly to kind of capture all the different gems that were kind of dropped. Real time.
Yeah. This is just what happens if you just go to the Word, go slow.
Mm-hmm. Allow God to kind of start to open up your eyes. Well, with that being said, live Antikemi.
Be Hebrew.
We love you guys. Till next time.
We didn't even tell them the secret.
We did it, but we're going to save it for next time. You got to tune in next time to hear the secret.
It's a good one.
It's a good one. Yes, sir.